Hello, everyone, and welcome to Advective Weather's first ever live stream in regards to the severe weather that is currently occurring in the United States. We have a couple of tornado warnings currently in effect in Texas and Louisiana, and things are looking like they could get rather dangerous rather quickly. With me, I do have one of my fellow team members here on Advective Weather, Rashiko, and we're looking at a pretty concerning storm in particular here, the one in Louisiana that's heading towards Belmont. If you're in Belmont, you need to be in your safe place right now in Louisiana. This is a tornado warning for southeastern DeSoto, south central Red River, west central, how do you say that, Nichitoches, I think, and north central Sabine parishes. If I get any of these pronunciations wrong, please berate me in the chat. Let me know how to do it correctly so that way I can do it right in the future. However, if you're in Belmont, if you're in Pleasant Hill in Louisiana right now, powerful couplet right now with this system. And I would be pretty concerned about that dropping a tornado if it hasn't already in short order. Currently still a radar indicated tornado warning. Rishi, what are you seeing at the moment?
Yeah, it definitely has weakened a bit since we first took note of it. It looked like it was a merger of two distinct mesocyclones, but since only one has become dominant, uh, pretty pretty strong still. Could very easily drop a tornado at any point if it wants to. But right now, all signs point to nothing being on the ground. However, as Thomas mentioned, do not be surprised if this decides to put one down anytime soon.
Certainly, it is a concerning situation to say the very least. And this storm, again, the you can see the little marker here. That is a known as a tornado vortex signature, and it's on the southern end of this storm. You see that hook there? That's about where it is. If there is a tornado, don't get too specific. If you're in this pink polygon here, you need to be getting to your safe place right now. Now, that's going to be getting to the lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room. That's the major tornado precautions to take. And now this is the only tornado warning currently in place. So this is going to be the storm that we're primarily going to be focusing on to kick things off. But again, that's lowest level, sturdy building, interior room. If you're in Belmont, your time is nearly up. You need to be getting underground now. If you're in Pleasant Hill, this could go south of you. I would still suggest getting to your safe place. That's a dangerous situation there as well. If you are in Murthasville, I would also be looking out for this. As again, if you're in the tornado warning or you're near the tornado warning, I would suggest getting to that safe place. I'm continuing to look at other information here, and there's no real debris signature. That's the good news. However, that couplet on this storm, the velocity signature, these reds and greens being close together, that's not a good sign. For those of you that are into weather, this looks pretty textbook. But when the reds and greens on the on this particular product come together, that's not good. So we're seeing the hook, we're seeing those reds and greens come together, and that's why the tornado warning's out. So while there's no confirmation of a tornado at the moment, this still needs to be taken rather seriously.
That is absolutely the case. So only because this is still a radar indicated tornado, there's nothing saying that it's on the ground right now. So just while we have the time, I do want to bring up that there is also a flash flood warning up here, just to the north of Little Rock. This is, let's see, this is for western Faulkner and northeastern Perry counties. There's already been about 2 inches of rain there. Another couple inches could fall, which any urban areas, you're going to be feeling the effects of that pretty quickly here, especially as these storms continue to train in. You already have had this whole cluster move through, but you have this whole other line to deal with as it's coming into the area. So definitely make sure if you are in those counties that you are taking some precautions there. Try to stay off the roads if you can. It only takes a few inches of water to knock you off your feet, and not much more to float your car. So just be careful out there if you are in this area.
Absolutely the case. A dangerous situation taking place there. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that in the chat, please feel free to ask them. We're here to serve you. So if you have any particular information you need for your area, please let us know, and we'll be happy to help out in that regard. But again, dangerous situation currently taking place today. We are likely to see numerous tornadoes as the day goes on. The Storm Prediction Center down in Norman, Oklahoma, the folks down there have an enhanced risk for severe weather in place. That's a level 3 out of 5. We just got the newest frame. If there is a tornado on the ground with this, It is currently over Belmont, and that couplet looks much more robust than it did in the previous frame. Uh,
I would have to agree with you.
that's not
Definitely
good.
looks a lot stronger. Yeah, that
So
is not a good sign at
if you're
all.
if you're in Belmont, now's the time to get below ground. If you haven't already, this thing's here. You're out of time, so it's time to now. It's like now's the time to act. If you're in Pleasant Hill, you need to act, especially if you're on the south and eastern side of Pleasant Hill. You need to act as well. So places like the Spring Ridge Baptist Church, it's going to be on the southeastern side right about here. That's a dangerous place. There's Blue Ridge Methodist just to the north of that. So if you're on State Route 175, anywhere from Pleasant Hill to Belmont, you should be in your safe place right now. Even if you're a bit south of Belmont as well, right in between Belmont and Many, State Route 175, you want to be making sure you're off the road there. If you're on State Route 120 from Belmont to Marthasville, you want to be off the road. Pulling off if you're in Jennings Chapel, Beulah Church, Crossroads Church, those general areas, you want to make sure you are out of this storm's way. Dangerous situation there. If you're on Interstate 49 from around St. James Baptist Church to St. Paul's Cemetery and places farther to the south and east of there, again, need to make sure we're moving indoors to take cover. And again, that is a interior room in a sturdy building. Car not going to do it. Mobile home not going to do it. If you're in a mobile home, you need to evacuate the mobile home. Those are death traps. Those get moved very easily. There's tons of debris in there. You want to make sure that you're not in a mobile home. You want to make sure you're in a sturdy building as this storm moves through. As we look at other storms real quick, we have that couplet there to the south. This was tornado warned. It doesn't look too robust right now, although it could become more robust in the future. So we're not going to let our guard down there. With this particular storm, the rotation is north of Milam and between Milam and St. Augustine, and it's moving to the north-northeast. Again, though, that is a robust hook with that cell over Belmont at the moment. So that's something that we're going to have to keep watching for quite a while yet as the night goes on. Let's take a look at what else is going on. If we take a look at the Storm Prediction Center's latest outlook for today, you can see here there's the second round of storms that's going to fire off, and it's going to be along this line, stretching all the way from near Houston, Texas, all the way up to Wichita, Kansas. And this is the situation that's looking somewhat dangerous, the second round of storms, and that's why even though our main set of storms is well ahead of where that enhanced risk begins, that enhanced risk is so far west because we are going to have more storms firing off, and I do think that the axis that we're looking at right there, stretching from around Oklahoma City to places south, that's the area of concern. These yellow polygons on your screen are the special weather statements that come out. We don't go over those too much, but that does mean that there's some significant weather going on. It's below severe thresholds, however. But yeah, if you're near Pleasant Hill right now, you need to be making sure that you're in your tornado safe place. Still no CC drop. That's the good news. And that couplet does look a bit more disheveled now. So I think that the mesocyclone or the rotation associated with this storm has gone down some. That's good news. Rishi, do you have any updates?
None in particular that you haven't gone over, thankfully. As you mentioned, the couplet definitely seems to be getting a little more ragged, which is a good thing. We want to see it become more ragged because that means it's not as well defined, so it can't really condense itself into that tinier and tinier circulation to form a tornado. I do want to point out though as you kind of said a couple minutes ago, the previously tornado warned cell just behind it, its
It
couplet
is
is
it
coming
is tornado
back.
warned again. It just got tornado warned
It has
again.
been resumed tornado warned.
Yep. So
Beautiful.
so
Well, not beautiful, but you know what I mean.
I
This
understand.
is definitely not a good situation. So the towns of Noble and Zuola, or Zuol, I apologize if I am mispronouncing that. You all looks like you are just barely outside of the polygon. However, that does not mean that you shouldn't be keeping an eye on it, because these things can go due north. They can go almost northeast. It can really go any direction that it so chooses. So please make sure that you're keeping an eye on the situation. Noble, you should probably get into your safe space. Converse, Huxley, all those, and any towns really to the northeast of the cell, you should really should be starting to take cover now.
I agree with that. So this is a tornado warning, the new one that's in place. This isn't the one near Belmont. This is a new one. This is in effect for DeSoto Parish, Sabine Parish, both of those in Louisiana, and then it's also in effect for southeastern Shelby and northwestern Sabine counties in Texas. So this one's crossing state lines. It's currently in Texas, and it's heading into Louisiana with time here. So if you're in places like Gober Hill, Huxley, in Texas, you need to be getting to your safe place right now. You're in the polygon. That rotation is there. We can see it. It is south of you, and it is moving in a northward direction generally. So you want to make sure that you're taking cover for that. If you're in Converse, Mitchell, Benson, Oxford, those general areas in Louisiana, you want to be getting to your safe place right now as well. Despite the fact that this is a bit far away, you do want to be getting to your safe place now. These things move pretty quickly. This tornado warning is in effect until 4 o'clock. So if you're in your safe place, make sure you know you're going to be remaining there until around 4 o'clock unless it expires for you. Those of you who this is closer to, I will let you know when you're in the clear. If you're in Belmont, you're not in the clear just yet, but the storm is solidly north of you. I wouldn't say that there's a CC drop, but there definitely is a lowering of CC values there, but it's not enough to call any sort of tornado debris signature. But with that storm, we're seeing that couplet still remains rather robust, although not as robust as it used to, and that hook is rather well defined. So this supercellular structure, I think it's going to continue for a while. So this storm is one we're going to be watching. If you're in Pleasant Hill, still remain in your safe place. Belmont, not in the clear just yet, but close. Marthansville, I'd be in your safe place. Evelyn, Lake End, those areas, I would say remain in your safe place for now. Those are the two major tornado warnings. They're in place at this time. You can see them here. If we take a look at the bigger picture right now, we have a couple of other things to note. Firstly, there's a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect in northern Arkansas. That's for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. This is in effect for Searcy, Newton, Johnson, and Pope counties until 4 o'clock. Again, it's 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. So if you're in the cities of Lamar, Knoxville, Whit Spring, Dillon, Broomfield, Moore, Solo, Point Peter, Samaria, Devil's Knob, Eula, Bertha, Holman, Rosetta, Lake Dardanelle, Ben Hur, Base, Fort Douglas, Luthersville, or Long Pool Campground. If you're on any of those areas, make sure that you're getting to your safe place at this time. So again, the advice from the Weather Service here, move to the lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room. In severe thunderstorms, it's less prudent that you're in a absolutely fortified area, but it's still important that you're indoors, you're sheltered, you're in an interior room, avoid windows, those kinds of things. Just make sure that you're taking those precautions to protect yourself and your loved ones.
I do want to just very quickly introduce Kay to our call here. Kay kind of joined in while we were discussing the tornado warnings. We never really had a chance to formally introduce her. So welcome on in, Kay. Glad to have you on the team.
Hello. Yeah, it's gotten going faster than I expected. I didn't anticipate we would have significant couplets this early into the night with the initial convection. I was expecting us to have to wait another couple of hours before we saw something like this. Just want to note there has been a report of damage to a couple of homes in northern Garland County, Arkansas, northwest of Hot Springs Village. Potentially from a tornado earlier.
Noted. Yeah, no, today is the kind of day where we're going to have those kinds of damaging tornadoes, so it's important to make sure that people do get to their safe places because damage will occur, and it's that flying debris that makes these things really dangerous. So
yeah, if you're not in your safe place, a weak tornado can be life-threatening, but if you're in a safe place, you can survive a significant tornado. So it makes a huge amount of difference.
Makes a massive difference. All right, well,
So
go on.
let's see. The I gotta say, I'm not terribly impressed with a couplet on the current longer lasting tornado warning. I guess I'll say the one near Pleasant Hill. The couplet definitely is weakening considerably, although I am not liking what I'm seeing on the correlation coefficient. Once you get the latest frame, you may want to have a look at that.
I'll check that out. Getting the latest frame. Yeah, there's a bit of a correlation coefficient sink there, um, right over where the couplet would be. So couplet's weakening. It's not definitive. However, I would say that to be safe, treating this as if there's a tornado on the ground, regardless of whether we have that evidence or not, is a good idea. If you are in Belmont, it is pretty safe to say you're in the clear for this. You're still in the polygon, but the tornado has passed. So if you're in Belmont, you're in the clear now. You no longer have to worry about that for now. However, there's another storm prompting a tornado warning to your south and west, and there will be more storms coming through this evening. So the day is not over. However, for now, you don't need to be in your safe place. If you're in Pleasant Hill, remain in your safe place. If you're in Marthsville, it's fairly safe unless you're on the northern side. If you're on Lake End or Evelyn, I would be remaining in my safe place right now as well. The tornado, if we take a look at the couplet, it's going to be right about in the center there. That would be about where you'd say it's located, moving in this general direction. So if you're in Lake End in particular, I'd be in my safe place right now. While this doesn't look particularly powerful at the moment, the odds that this re-strengthens and gets its act together again is rather high. So be expecting that with time, as these storms kind of bob up and down in intensity, that there are going to be some pretty erratic changes that occur in short periods of time. As for the storm to the south, it's a much messier structure, but within it we still do have a robust bit of rotation in there. It's a bit elongated, it's a bit stretched. If I were to be a betting man, I'd say there probably isn't a tornado on the ground with it right now. However, you still need to be in your safe place. The folks at the Weather Service have issued that tornado warning, and this could strengthen very quickly regardless, and it has the rotation in the first place. So if you are in DeSoto, Sabine, Shelby, or Sabine counties, parishes in Louisiana or Texas, make sure that you're in your safe place for this right now, especially if you're within cities of Huxley, Benson, Converse, Oxford, so on and so forth. Have any additional information, any updates?
It appears that convection is initiating in central Oklahoma, and this is anticipated to gradually intensify until we have supercells somewhere in eastern Oklahoma, maybe into northeast Texas, an hour or two from now. But it's just getting going, just to the east of I-35.
We can see that, yeah, and there's already a special weather statement out for one of them for 3/4 inch hail, 40-mile-per-hour winds, and it's a little cell. So, yeah, that'll probably get stronger with time. As we continue to look at what's going on with the current goings, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just come out. This is in the state of Arkansas, and this is for northwestern Clark, northern Pike, and southeastern Montgomery counties until 3:45 p.m. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. And I want to make clear, the red polygons are severe thunderstorm warnings. The yellow polygons are special weather statements. The purple polygons are tornado warnings. And that's the way this is going to work. Again, that's 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail for a severe thunderstorm warning that's in northwestern Clark, northern Pike, and southwestern Montgomery counties. This is for the cities of Glenwood, Emney, Daisy, Narrows Dam, Daisy State Park, Bear Creek Public Use Area, Salem and Pike County, Welsh, Roseboro, Luddy, Nathan, Hopper, Kirby, and Caddo Gap. If you're in any of those areas, make sure that you are taking your precautions, you're indoors, and you're staying safe, avoiding windows, things of that nature. Severe thunderstorms are no joke. They can also be damaging, so ensure that you are making those preparations now so you don't have to deal with the repercussions later.
I do want to point out, and you should definitely take a look at the Pleasant Hill tornado warning. Um, the overall structure doesn't look like it's improving too much, but CC is definitely trying to hint at something going on, and I'm not. Yeah, I'm not liking what I'm seeing there.
Me
Uh,
neither.
Again, not enough evidence to very well confirm, but that's very good looking evidence for
I'm
something
rather
going on.
suspicious of it because there's almost nothing there in velocity.
That's what I'm thinking as
And
well.
it's not exactly, a solidified region on the correlation coefficient. It's quite spread out.
However, it does
It
follow.
could just be precipitation or a gust front picking up leaf damage or something.
However, it does follow the tail end where that hook was and where the meso was before it kind of got eaten up. So the
Yeah,
meso looks a
I'm
bit more
suspicious of this
robust.
being the RFD just kicking up some leaf litter.
Certainly could. That's still a strong RFD. Regardless, basically what we're trying to say is there's no real evidence right now that there's a tornado on the ground with a storm that's now north of Pleasant Hill. However, there are signs that it could be beginning to try and re-intensify on velocity, and there are also signs that we do have some rather strong winds on the back end that are picking some things up. So regardless, if you're in that tornado warning, um, if you're in Pleasant Hill or parts north in that tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place. If you're in Belmont, if you're between Pleasant Hill, Belmont in that warning, you don't need to worry about it anymore. The tornadic part of the storm is out of the woods. Pleasant Hill, if you're in Pleasant Hill, you're very close to that second tornado warning, so still need to have your guard up, as this does not mean the day is over for you. However, for now, you are in the clear. The rotation is north of you. So that's what we're currently looking at in terms of tornadic activity. Just had an update to the tornado warning, the western one. So the tornado warning is no longer in effect for Sabine County in Texas. However, it still remains in effect for the remaining counties, which will end up being eastern DeSoto, southeastern DeSoto County, and northwestern Saline Parish, as well as southeastern Shelby County. So if you're in Shelby County in Texas, and if you are in DeSoto or Sabine parishes in Louisiana, you're still having to deal with this tornado warned storm. There still is rotation in there. Again, no signs of a confirmed tornado at the moment. However, there is that spin in there, and we do want to make sure that we are taking cover, that we're in our safe place. Again, that's lowest level, sturdy building, interior room. All right, let's take a look at the bigger picture here. No new warnings have gone into effect recently, but we do have some new special weather statements. These storms in Oklahoma are strengthening rather quickly. If I go to the NEXRAD radar, I want to take a look at these storms in Oklahoma a little bit. You can see there that little cell in Oklahoma with that special weather statement. It has almost like a mini hook on it already, so that's always great. But we're seeing signs that these storms are already wanting to begin to organize. No real rotation. Currently looks like it's there with the southern one. With the northern cell here, this one looks more robust. This could be severe warned here relatively quickly. I think 1-inch hail is possible in that, just given the returns we're getting. Not much in terms of rotation with that either, but these storms, these updrafts, they are strengthening, and especially in Oklahoma here in Texas, where all these storms are no longer really there, and it's a pretty clear environment. That's a pretty good spot for the development of some stronger thunderstorms. So we'll see what ends up happening there. These are moving into the Storm Prediction Center slight and enhanced risk areas, where the denotation of the possibility of strong tornadoes has been mentioned. So we're going to continue to monitor that as time goes on. Any updates from the team?
The velocity, it has been strengthening recently with the supercell heading away from Pleasant Hill now towards Coushatta, Edgefield, Martin. Unsure if they're going to extend the warning at this time. It would make sense to, in my opinion, but I'm not an expert yet. Moving over to Oklahoma, the storms are continuing to develop. They're moving quite northerly, moving to the north-northeast, growing upscale fairly quickly, with the one that's to the north of the OKC metro. That might be a hail threat for northern counties moving towards the Kansas border in the next hour or two. There's also an likely elevated storm in southern Kansas, which is growing upscale fairly quickly. According to radar analysis, it already has half-inch hail, and that might get a severe warning in the near future.
Definitely possible. There's a special weather statement on it for 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-inch hail. So the radar analysis looks to be correct. The Weather Service in agreement. There we go. That expires in 16 minutes. That's going to be at 3:45 Central Time. As we take a look at the southern storms here, and we take a look at generally what's going on with the structure, the first thing is at the southern end of the western tornado warning, the one near Platoon and Gober Hill, there is a second couplet that has developed and looks to be becoming more dominant on the southern end of the first one that prompted the warning in the first place. And that looks like it could deviate outside and go south of the tornado warned polygon. If you're in the polygon, you need to be getting to your safe place. If you're in Noble, I'd be getting to your safe place, even though you're right on the border. If you're in Pleasant Hill, I'd be watching out. I'd really be watching out for this. I think that this could escalate rather quickly for you as well. They might have to issue another tornado warning here to the east of the current one. We'll see. When it comes to the couplet here for the storm that's near Hannah Lake End, the one that went through Pleasant Hill, that is becoming very robust very quickly again. Very good looking couplet. It's a bit broad. However, it does look quite robust. And there has been now an update to that tornado warning. Remains a radar indicated warning. But the tornado warning has been canceled for Sabine Parish. So if you're in Sabine Parish, you no longer have to worry about this. The tornado warning remains in effect for southeastern DeSoto, south central Red River, and west central Etoches parishes. So it's important to note, again, they say that the thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles south of Coushatta, or 20 miles southeast of Mansfield, moving northeast at 35. And again, that is becoming more robust rather quickly. Would not be shocked to see an extension to that tornado warning, especially because on radar appearance as well, that hook has become more defined again in the past couple of frames. So if you're in Lake End, if you're in Hannah, if you're in Evelyn, you need to be getting to your safe place, as this tornado does begin to move towards that general area. So if you're in Lake End, Remblin, or Ajax, those are the areas that the Weather Service has said need to get to their safe place. When it comes to where the storm is, it's currently crossing Interstate 49. Interstate 49, and the storm is going to be heading towards State Routes 1, 480, and 155. Those highways, State Routes 371 and 71. So that right there is a situation to keep an eye on for sure. And as we continue to look at this couplet, it continues to prove problematic. However, it does not look quite as robust as it did in the previous frame, which is good news. But it does look like it is beginning to consolidate some. So that's something that we're going to continue to keep an eye on here. But if you're in Lake End, Hannah, you need to be getting to your safe place. The storm has now crossed Interstate 49 and is heading towards general direction of places like Hannah, Lake End. Even though Hannah, you're just outside the warning, I would still be getting to your safe place. It's going to be crossing Highway 1 and not too long could go right over the town of Hannah. If you're in the Starlight Baptist Church, I don't think it'd be a bad idea to be getting to shelter there or in the Red Oak Lake Recreation Area. However, there is no tornado warning in effect for you at this time. We will let you know if an extension comes out as soon as that happens.
We have just had a new tornado watch issued for much of eastern Oklahoma, southeast Kansas, and northwest Arkansas until 10 p.m. Central Standard Time.
All right. Well, I'm sure we will see that come up
See that
here
pop up in a sec, yeah.
pretty shortly.
I do also have the 18Z soundings from the area. Hold up, I don't know if we've looked at these internally yet, but especially down for the Shreveport sounding, very
Oh, wow.
impressive to me. The photograph is kind of messy. I'm not really sure what was going on there, but we have 3,000 surface cape, 8.5 Celsius per kilometer lapse rates, 250 meters square per second squared of helicity. That all to me is telling me that if anything goes in this area, it could very easily pop a good tornado or two potentially if it cycles quickly enough.
Yeah, no, they're
Little
definitely.
Rock is
Definitely potential
also
for cyclic tornadoes today.
Little Rock is also looking pretty decent. It's not as extreme as Shreveport, obviously, as it's a bit further north, but still, blast rate is 7, 163 helicity. Photograph is a bit easier to read, but still not entirely crazy compared to what it could be. But definitely the area needs to be on high alert. There is still a bit of a cap in place as of 18Z for farther west in north central Texas and central Oklahoma, but since these are a couple hours old at this point, I would imagine that these capping aversions are pretty much gone.
They are
If not,
eroding rapidly.
Yeah. So definitely the entire area needs to be on high alert as the evening wears on, as these storms are going to be very quickly intensifying once things really get going.
We did recently have a mesoscale discussion for north central Arkansas up to the Missouri border, stating that a local extension of the first watch may be needed as the supercell threat pushes north. They do not anticipate a tornado watch being needed for Missouri at this time.
Yeah. We'll see. I see that there, and yeah, it's just because the energy in the atmosphere is able to surge north more quickly than what was initially expected. As we take a look at this, we do have a new tornado warning. Just came out. This is an extension to the one that was near Pleasant Hill, and this is the one that is the eastern warning. So this new tornado warning is in effect for eastern Red River Parish, northwestern Natchez Parish, and southeastern Beanville Parish in northwestern Louisiana until 4:15 p.m. This is for a radar indicated tornado, so they're keeping it as radar indicated, and they are noting that this tornadic thunderstorm will be over mainly rural areas of these parishes. Again, if you are in Coushatta, I would be getting to your safe place. If you're in Ashland, Lucky, I'd be getting to my safe place at the moment. Not much in terms of hail, but in terms of the tornadic threat, that is very real there. And again, that couplet is tightening up quickly with time, becoming more and more robust. So we'll see what this ends up doing. It's not quite as strong in terms of raw strength, but yeah, this is looking like it could be a rather robust storm, and one that we're going to have to continue to watch here for a while. Again, just north of Hanna. If you're in Coushatta, Edgefield, Martin, those general areas, safe place, not a bad place to be right now. If you're near the Grand Bayou Resort, or you're in the Woodland Inn, those two areas, you're going to be hit here imminently. This is on State Route 71 or Highway 784. If you are near Fairview Ballpark, you need to be getting to your safe place right now. If you're near the Weldon Services, yeah, that's Board Ellen Services. You need to be getting to your safe place. If you're in Liberty, if you're in Martin, again, that would be on Highway 787, 507, 155, up Ashland Road. You need to be getting to your safe place anywhere from around Coushatta all the way up to Ashland. So the entirety of Highway 155 needs to be in their safe place at the moment as this dangerous situation continues to unfold. All the way to around Saline. Once you're past Saline, you still need to be keeping an eye on things on 155 until it converts to State Route 4. So yeah, basically the entirety of 155, all the way to the Friendship Baptist Encampment Church, needs to be in their safe place for this right now as this storm continues to move through. But again, just north of Hanna, just south of Coushatta. And if you're in those areas, again, those are the places that need to be in their safe place right now, as that's where the storm is. And again, it's moving in the general direction of Martin. So if you're in Martin, you need to be getting to that safe place. Just had a new frame come in for this storm. And as you can see there, it's tighter, more robust. So this is something of concern for sure. We're going to continue to watch it. Again, no evidence that there's a tornado on the ground right now. However, that could change at any time. There's also a hook to the south here. This is unwarned. This is near Provencal and Hedgewood, heading towards Natchitoches. And this has a rather robust couplet. I would not be surprised to see this get a warning here in short order as well, as that couplet's looking rather robust. So we might have a trio of warnings coming up here in not too long. So heads up
just
for
about
those
to
areas.
mention that one by Natchitoches as well.
Yep.
So I'm glad you picked up on it.
Yeah, no, that's starting to look like it could be of concern for sure. New severe thunderstorm warning has just gone into place. This severe thunderstorm warning, it's to the north. It is in the state of Arkansas. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1-inch hail. This has to do with the rather messy line of storms that's slowly becoming quite the arc here. So if you're in the Little Rock Metro, just a heads up for those of you in the Little Rock Metro, you're not in a warning right now, but you have a rather potent line of storms heading your way within the next hour or two. So again, 60-mile-per-hour winds or 1-inch hail. This is for a mouthful of counties here. East Central Logan County, Perry County, Central Conway County, Central Yell County, and Southern Pope County, Central Arkansas. It's until 4:15. Regardless of exact cities, exact borders, things like that, if you're anywhere within this arc of storms, the major thing is the wind gusts are getting stronger. There's going to be some hail in there, and so I would suggest just making sure you're indoors, staying away from windows, and you're taking your normal thunderstorm precautions for this. These aren't anything out of the ordinary. Normally it happens a bit later in the year. You'll be okay just as long as you do what you normally do in a thunderstorm situation like that. To the team, do we have any updates, any new information? Doesn't look like it. That's good news. Normally when the information is flowing slow here, that's good news for everyone in the event. It's when the information is flowing fast that things tend to be worse in terms of what's going on the ground. So it's good that things haven't really started picking up in that sense yet, although I don't anticipate that will last all night.
Unfortunately not. I'm looking at an image from Jesseville where it appears that a building has had some minor damage. There's a bit of fence and blown over. Some insulation has been blown out, but the telephone wires are still standing next to it, so it doesn't look like it was too strong.
Fair enough.
Just minor damage in Jesseville as far as I can tell, and that's from the damage report to the west of Little Rock earlier.
All right. It's unfortunate to see damage of any kind, but I'm glad it's not serious there. As we take a look at the tornado-warned storm there right on the Texas-Louisiana border here, this is the storm that is currently for southeastern DeSoto and northwestern Sabine parishes. This is in effect until 4. If you're in this warning, remain in your safe place. However, I have some good news for you. It looks like the rotation is not really there anymore. It's not very robust. There's not much to it. So that's good news. Still remain in your safe place. The Weather Service knows what they're doing. They're not going to issue a tornado warning for no reason. However, it looks like the odds that there's anything super damaging going on is pretty low. So stay there just to be safe. However, it looks as if, good news, that storm has weakened considerably.
We have the full information for the second tornado watch.
Yes, go on.
Go for it, Kev.
The threats include a few tornadoes likely, with a couple intense tornadoes possible. And unless I'm mistaken, intense is EF3+.
Correct.
Yes.
Scattered damaging winds likely, with isolated significant gusts to hurricane force possible. And scattered large hail likely, with isolated very large hail events up to 2 inches possible. Summary is thunderstorms will intensify rapidly this afternoon over eastern Oklahoma and southeast Kansas. They will pose a risk of large hail, damaging winds, and a few tornadoes, with activity spreading eastward into western Arkansas this evening.
That seems like a fair assessment of the situation up there. Thunderstorms are intensifying rapidly. However, no severe storms just yet, but we do have numerous storms now, which are posing the need for special weather statements. Some other good news, because of the way that the storms are moving, it does appear as though these storms are, as you said earlier, growing upscale rather fast. So hopefully we won't see too much in terms of that more discrete mode, and we'll see more of a linear mode. So while the impacts might be a bit more widespread, they'll be nowhere near as severe. However, that does not mean that the tornado threat is gone. It just means that it's minimized a bit. Still going to be in a favorable space for them, and lines of storms can still produce tornadoes.
Absolutely. We do now have a severe thunderstorm warning for the southernmost of the trio of cells in Louisiana, the one we were talking about as unwarned earlier.
Mm-hmm.
It does have the tornado possible tag.
That's reasonable. Yeah, it's for Jackson, Red River. I can't pronounce this one. Natchitoches, Beansville, and Wynn parishes in Louisiana. And that's for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 1-inch hail, and the possibility of a tornado. Again, that's a somewhat robust couplet going on there. And so that's good news. In terms of the warning type, we don't have a full-blown tornado warning just yet. However, that does look rather robust. The tornado warning that was in place for places like Noble, Conhurst, near Pleasant Hill has been allowed to expire with that what looks like somewhat minimal rotation that was going on there. And it looks like the storm to the north that had that couplet become more robust, it's getting choked off. It doesn't look as good. The rotation is still there, so you still need to be in your safe place. That's quite important. However, the storm does look a fair bit weaker than it did. Still rotating. Still, if you're near Edgefield, Cusha, Martin, you need to be in your safe place. But the storm, which is a tornado warning for Red River, Natchitoches, and Beanville parishes, looks to be weakening with time. So that's good.
It does seem like this new storm that has fired to the south of the first storm is strengthening and then may absorb the original storm. Doesn't seem like there's anything immediately to its south besides some scattered showers that are feeding into the inflow. If it manages to merge enough of those little showers together, it might have compacted enough energy to form a tornado. Might be what it's doing at the moment. Equally, the storms flowing into it may be hindering the process and disrupting it. It's a very uncertain process. Sometimes it allows a strong tornado to form. Other times it stops a tornado forming completely. We won't know until it happens in each case, unfortunately. But this is moving through the northwest part of Natchitoches towards Clarence right now. People in this area should be treating it as if a tornado could touch down at any second and be in a safe place. Farther north, Campty and Powhatan are in the hail core, the wind core, potentially some damaging wind gusts. Weak trees might be knocked over, so shouldn't be out and about at this time. And in the longer run, this is going to move towards Goldona and Saline, which is in both warnings at the moment.
Yeah, if you're in Saline, you need to be in your safe place at the moment. Lowest level, sturdy building, interior room. Bring pillows, blankets, things like that with you to protect yourself from flying debris. Set of shoes in case you have to walk out in the debris. That kind of thing. That's what's important.
A photo of what looks to be a tornado on the ground from the Pleasant Hill area has been sent to KSLA News 12. It's a very thin tornado, but of course there may be a wider circulation around it that hasn't condensed, but it does look to be all the way to the ground. So we probably had a tornado at some point near Pleasant Hill.
Given what we were seeing on the correlation coefficient, that does not surprise me, sadly. I mean, thankfully, didn't seem to have been very strong, but of course...
Looks to be in a rural area as well. No information about any potential damage from it, but we haven't heard anything yet. Hopefully it will stay that way.
That is indeed the case. Just looking through to see what's going on in the world of social media, seeing if we have any new reports, new information there. And I am also just taking a look at some other data that we have here, see what exactly is going on in terms of parameters, what these storms have to work with. Looks like the storms in Oklahoma are going to be strengthening here rather quickly. And good news is it looks like the storm that was near Hannah in Edgefield, the northern one, the one that went through Pleasant Hill, that one's decaying fairly quickly. And it looks like the one near Natchitoches, slightly weaker. However, it does have a tornado warning on it now. So let's go over that. That's a tornado warning for northwestern Natchitoches, southeastern Beanville, and Wynn parishes. That's in northwestern to north central Louisiana. This tornado warning is in place until 4:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. This storm will be around Campty around 4 p.m. So if you're in Campty, you need to be making sure you're in safe place clearance by then as well. If you're in Natchitoches, this thing's pretty close to you right now. You need to be in your safe place for sure. Other areas that could be impacted include Goldana, Black Lake, Grand Ecore, Chestnut, Clear Lake, Saline, Creston, Clarence, Hagewood, and Powhatan. So if you're in those areas, again, tornado safe place, that's the place to be at the moment. Any updates from the team?
None that you haven't gone over. I was going to point out the Natchitoches tornado warning, but you got to it before I could, so good on you.
That cell near Martin is really dying out now. It's becoming elongated, thin. Might be pretty to look at if you're there driving around, although I would hope no one is driving around given the dangerous situation, but anyone out there probably has a nice view with that storm right now, but it's good that it's gone away before it's done too much. This big storm passing near Natchitoches, moving towards Campty and Clarence, definitely dominant right now. The supercell we had earlier on the Texas-Louisiana border is also dying out, becoming much more messy.
It does look more robust in the latest couple of frames.
It might come back. It's still got time. We do have a line of showers and thunderstorms north of Dallas, east of I-35, from North Texas into southern Oklahoma. Those are expected to grow gradually with time and become supercells, a couple of them potentially in an hour or two. More storms have fired along I-40 and towards Tulsa. Those have grown quite quickly, and they might be something to be paying attention to in the next hour or so, as there are already favorable conditions for surface-based supercells and tornadoes in that part of Oklahoma.
Yep, so we're going to be monitoring this quickly, but this could escalate rather fast. We only have the 2 warnings in Louisiana at the moment. However, this could change at any time. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on things. If you're a viewer and you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask them. We're here to answer your questions, make sure that you're well informed on the current weather situation going on across the country. But as of now, again, 2 tornado warned storms. The first one, the one near Martin. This one, significantly less robust. The main cell itself is dying pretty quickly. Rotation still exists there. So if you're in Martin, Edgefield, Ashland, Roy, Hall Summit, those areas, you need to be in your safe place still. This is not gone. However, it does look like its main energy source is going away. If you are near Natchitoches, Grand Corps, Clarence, County, you have this couplet to the south. This could produce a tornado at any time. And we do have some rotation to the north here as well that we're looking at. It's way broader. It's near Chestnut, but that's also something of concern to look at as well. So we have a lot of things going on right now. Not as much as we could have, which is good. However, still, especially within this small corridor in Louisiana, there's a lot going on there. You want to make sure that you're in your safe place. You want to make sure you know where that is. Comes to the bigger picture, we have a tornado watch in place that stretches all the way from near Lufkin, Texas, Shreveport, Louisiana, all the way up through Little Rock, Arkansas, heading towards the Missouri-Arkansas border. We have another tornado watch stretching all the way from Kansas down south, all the way to the Oklahoma-Texas border as these storms do begin to fire and organize rather rapidly. I could see a real flooding threat also occurring here in Arkansas. We have one flash flood warning in place right now, but the Weather Prediction Center has a moderate risk currently in place for excessive rainfall, and that is no joke there. So I do want to just show real quick. This is the excessive rainfall outlook, and you can see south here near Houston and Orange, Texas, all the way to Alexandria, Louisiana, places like that, that marginal risk for flash flooding. So that is going to be around that 5%, 5 to 10% chance of excessive rainfall occurring with flash flooding being a concern. You have that 10 to 15% chance there in the yellow, and that is going to be your slight risk, which is in place, and that extends all the way from near Shreveport to Louisville. And then that moderate risk, there's a small corridor there, but you can see all those rain showers, if I turn on the radar, moving into that right now. That moderate risk area, this is where the highest risk for flooding is, and this is where fairly high confidence is that flooding will occur. You can just see that wall of rain moving into that general area. So if you're in places like Cape Girardeau, Sikeston, Piggott, Jonesboro, Sergi, Wynne, those areas, generally speaking, Paducah, Kentucky, you need to be making sure that you know what to do. You have that flooding plan. That's going to be heading into northeastern Arkansas, the boot heel of Missouri, and places slightly north of there on the southeastern side. And then finally, if you are in southern Illinois, or I would say the extreme western side of Kentucky, you want to make sure that you know what to do. You have that flooding plan in place, because that is where the highest threat for flooding today is. Only one tornado warning now in place. The tornado warning that was near Martin now allowed to expire. So that one's no longer in place. So places like Hall Summit, Woodwardville, Castor, Martin, those areas no longer at a tornado warning. There's still a bit of rotation there, but it's very weak at this point. Minimal. Near Pleasant Hill, again, we do have what looks like could become a more robust storm. There's a bit of inflow there, so you might have a bit of a rotating updraft, but that's going to be more of a wind concern. I wouldn't be shocked to see a severe thunderstorm warning coming out of that at some point. Currently, no warnings in effect for you, though, if you're in Pleasant Hill, but you are getting hit with another heavy thunderstorm. As for the storm near Natchitoches, Campty, Clarence, those general areas, again, we do have that couplet there, and it does look like it's trying to get its act together a bit now. It is tightening up. It is becoming more organized. We're going to continue to watch it with time. As of now, though, if you're in Grand Corps, Clarence, Campty, it's right on your doorstep. So just know that. Just be prepared in case something does end up happening. If you're in Creston, Chestnut, Goldana, Saline, you do need to be in your safe place right now. It's lowest level, interior room, sturdy building, that kind of thing. We can actually take a look at what exactly that looks like with these tornado sheltering guidelines here. So your worst options for a tornado shelter, it's going to be mobile homes, vehicles, and underneath a highway or an overpass. None of those are safe. Mobile homes can get lifted easily, have lots of debris. Those end up being death traps. Vehicles are a similar kind of situation. They're small, confined spaces. There's space under it. It can get lifted easily, thrown around. That's not good. And underneath a highway overpass, you have those winds from the overpass, from the tornado funneling under the overpass, so it speeds it up because the density of the air increases. There's a lot of sciencey jargon there, but basically density of the air increases, and as a result you have stronger wind under the overpass. Bad options are large open rooms and manufactured housing. Your best options, that's that sturdy building, interior room of a well-constructed building, basement, something like that. A tornado storm shelter, or a FEMA safe room, those are the best options. But again, most people don't have those. So again, sturdy building, lowest level, interior room, stay away from windows. Bathroom, closet, those are normally a good idea, especially in the basement or the first floor. Make sure pillows and blankets are brought to protect yourself from flying debris. Bicycle helmet isn't a bad idea either, and shoes to make sure you can get out of there in the event that debris does hit. This couplet is really starting to become more robust near Clarence at the moment. I don't know if you guys can see it. And there's that severe thunderstorm warning for the storm near Pleasant Hill. Not surprised that that's out at all. That was looking like it was becoming a more wind-driven thing, and there it is, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, nickel-sized hail. That's for the storm near Pleasant Hill. And that lasts until 4:45 p.m. for DeSoto, Red River, Natchitoches, and Sabine parishes in Louisiana. They have noted the possibility of a tornado in this, so getting to your safe place isn't a bad idea. However, at the moment, it looks like it's probably going to be more of a wind-driven thing, if I had to guess. Any updates from the team?
Things are just continuing as they have been for the last several minutes. One of the warnings in Arkansas for the line has expired. There is a flash flood warning for Conway and surrounding areas. That's north of the Little Rock Metro. It does include part of the interstate. I'm not sure which one it is.
Yeah, it's going to be Interstate 40. Interstate 40. And that warning expires at 4:10 p.m. Central Time, so that's going to be 11 minutes from now. But yes, that flash flood warning is in place. Again, getting to higher ground tends to be a good idea in situations like that, flooding wise.
And of course, slow down if you're on a road. Don't go at high speed into standing water. It may look like it's just damp, but you could very easily aquaplane on a very small amounts of water, and that's how a lot of serious road traffic accidents happen. So if you're in heavy rain, if there's standing water on the road, even if it's not in your lane, slow down. You could get sprayed from someone else and lose control. Just take it slow and easy is the safest way to get to where you're going. Don't have to rush.
Absolutely the case. There has been an update to the tornado warning. It remains at radar indicated, the one tornado warning there in the state of Louisiana. This remains in effect until 4:30 p.m. for north central Natchitoches, southeastern Beanville, and northwestern Wynn parishes. And again, the tornadic circulation is near Kempe or Clarence and Grand Corps. It's looking like it's probably now just crossed, if I can see this, State Route 71. So just crossed State Route 71, heading north towards places like Baldana, Galvin, Ten Hill, Gainesville, Wyatt, those general areas. Those are the areas that need to be watching this rather closely. Wyatt, not technically in the tornado warning, however, you are in the severe thunderstorm warning, so still something that needs to be watched rather closely. Someone asks here, how fast is the storm moving? Depends on which one you're talking about. The current storm, the tornado warned storm, that one's moving at about 40 miles per hour to the northeast, so this is moving relatively quickly. And that couplet is looking much more robust, folks. I don't know if you can see that on your radars, but that's starting to look rather dangerous rather quickly. Very tight, very robust couplet on that supercell there near Kempty and Clarence.
Which radar are you viewing it from? Shreveport?
I'm viewing it from the Shreveport radar, yes.
Looks a lot more impressive on the Shreveport radar than the Fort Polk radar. Not quite sure why that is.
If it's rapidly organizing, that could do it.
Oh, it has strengthened on the Fort Polk radar in the latest frame. It doesn't look particular. It looks quite broad, but there's a lot of inflow with this storm, which suggests it is trying to strengthen.
Yeah.
There's also some storm mergers going on in the inflow tail. You can see in the reflectivity, there's these little sort of like beans that are just on a line and sliding into it and merging as they arrive at the main storm.
Yeah. No, the inflow looks
It
rather
is
robust.
unlikely to produce a tornado while it is doing these mergers, but if they stop, it could very easily put a tornado down in a short amount of time.
Absolutely.
I am grateful to see that the activity has been pretty well localized to kind of central Arkansas and northwest Louisiana so far. I know that's very likely to change, especially once we get up into the Oklahoma, Kansas, and northeast Texas area. But at least for now, thankfully, the activity isn't really too widespread. Once
Yeah,
that starts changing, though, everything's going
it's
to become
been a
pretty
couple
crazy.
of local areas. There is a lot of rain going on with the activity in northwest Louisiana. I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of flash flood warnings here later on, but none for now.
I wouldn't be either. But yeah, that cell there that is now near Cutty and Clarence is organizing rather rapidly. It has the best appearance I've seen so far on reflectivity, um, and that velocity is improving quickly. Yeah, Fort Polk is a bit closer to it. You get it about 3,300 feet off the ground. It's about 3,700 feet off the ground from Shreveport. So the fact it looks so much more impressive on Shreveport means that that's probably going to start mixing down here relatively quickly, if I had to guess.
Mm-hmm. Just taking a look at the latest HRRR output suggests we might have a couple of significant elevated storms in northern Arkansas and southern Missouri. So some damaging wind gusts and hail up there. Suggests that the storms in Oklahoma aren't going to get particularly strong in the near future. They're likely to remain discreet for a while, but not necessarily going to be a huge threat in the next hour. That could change. It's only a model output. It's suggesting that things will gradually grow upscale in Louisiana. Some more storms might fire to the west of this mess in Texas. And as we get to 2 hours from now, you start to see a couple of more dominant supercells in northeast Texas and Oklahoma. And then it really there's just a mass of storms as we go farther into the night. Potential for some tornadoes if one gets isolated enough. Then it grows upscale, starts to look a bit less impressive. But then it suggests that a significant QLCS could form in southern Arkansas around 6 hours from now, which is a concern because that's an area that's been highlighted as the best conditions for tornadoes with this event by several different experts. So we will have to pay attention to that. There is the potential for a QLCS. There is also the potential for a long-tracking embedded supercell, which is shown on the HRRR from 2 hours ago, and that's in northeast Arkansas, moving south of Jonesboro in 7 hours from now. Again, just a model output, but this could be anywhere in the eastern and southern half of Arkansas, so a lot of places, if it happens at all. But the potential is there that as we get into the night hours, as we move towards midnight, there could be a QLCS tornado threat or a single embedded supercell. Now, obviously, if we get a single embedded supercell, that is worse because it is more likely to produce a stronger and more long-lived tornado threat than a QLCS would. But a QLCS can produce more tornadoes over a larger area with a greater chance of hitting a more populated location. So we'll have to wait and see how it develops. It's entirely possible that we get very few tornadoes into the night and it just becomes too messy. But the low-level jet will be strengthening, the shear will be cranking, getting very strong. Suggestions that we could see well over 50 knots of shear in the lowest 1 kilometer of the atmosphere, and that's quite a rare feat to achieve. So we just need to be mindful and patient, and definitely, if you're going to sleep before midnight, have a way to wake up if a warning is issued for your area. Now, there are several ways you can do that. You can have alerts on your phone. If you have a weather radio, that's of course the best way to wake up. Most people can't sleep through them. They're designed to get your attention. If you don't have the ability to set it up on your phone, you can use a computer. You could leave the TV on, or you could ask someone else who's maybe going to be awake to give you a call if something gets issued for your area. But if you're in Arkansas, particularly, you need to have a way to be aware during the later hours and overnight, because the tornado threat will continue well after dark.
Yep, this is all good information to have, true information. Make sure you have multiple ways to get weather alerts as time does go on. Would like to note that both of our storms here, the one near Pleasant Hill and Kempty, it does look like those couplets are growing more robust on both of them. The one that's near now, Creston and Kempty, is I think now starting to look on the Fort Polk radar the way it did look on the Shreveport radar. And on the Shreveport radar, that's the one that's closer to the storm near Pleasant Hill. Bit broad, but now a more robust couplet occurring there as well. So definitely something that needs to be watched closely, both of these, as there is a bit of rotation on both of them now. But especially, again, the one near Clarence, that general area, that's going to be the one of most concern as it does move northward. Again, it's a bit broad. However, I do think it is beginning to organize a bit better with time. So we'll see what happens. If you're near Creston, Chestnut, Goldana, Saline, you need to be making sure that you are in your safe place. Right now, it's, again, lowest level, sturdy building, interior room. Dangerous situation there. As we continue to take a look at what's going on, again, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to let us know. We'll be more than glad to answer your questions. We do appreciate you watching. We will be taking a break at the bottom of the hour, assuming that nothing too crazy happens. That'll be about a 5 to 10 minute break, and then we'll be back, and we'll probably be taking a break once every half hour until the action does begin to ramp up. But a rather significant severe weather event could occur, could take place tonight. There is a bit of this mess that's occurring between Louisiana and around Little Rock, Arkansas that's not really severe, but definitely is convective. And basically what that means is that these are thunderstorms, but they're not that strong, and they're zapping energy from the atmosphere. So hopefully that will help zap things from the storms that are going to be occurring later tonight. However, the parameter space is looking rather robust today for some stronger storms as we do head into the evening. Good news with the Oklahoma storms. It does look like they are a bit stretched for now, but they are not really congealing and becoming an upscale kind of thing. So I think, Kay, you're absolutely right. These will remain discreet for a little while.
Something else I would like to mention is that while we could have a couple of strong EF2 plus tornadoes tonight, we are much more confident in there being a damaging wind threat. There may be an isolated damaging wind threat in Oklahoma, southeast Kansas, and western Arkansas from the more discrete storms earlier on. As you heard earlier, the tornado watch includes the threat of hurricane force wind gusts with a couple of the strongest supercells that may form. However, we are more confident in there being a wind threat with the linear mode that will develop later on from Arklatex into central and northeastern Arkansas that will then push into northern Louisiana and towards the Mississippi River during the overnight hours. There could be some quite significant and fairly widespread damaging wind gusts with that, and the threat from that is bringing trees down into people's houses. So you should, if possible, well, you can't do it now. Obviously, you can't prepare trees at this point because the event is ongoing. It should have been something you've done already if you had a dangerous tree nearby. But if you think there might be a tree that could fall over, just be aware. Maybe try to stay away from it if at all possible when that threat comes through overnight.
We have a new tornado warning. It's just gone into effect. This is for Jackson, Beanville, and Lincoln parishes in north central and northwestern Louisiana. This warning is in effect until 4:45 p.m. radar indicated. This is for that tornadic storm, the northern end of the same tornadic storm that's near Clarence right now. It's that second couplet that we've been concerned about. It's now tornado warned. So they're saying it's going to be mainly rural areas of Jackson, Beanville, and Lincoln parishes, with places like Friendship, Liberty Hill, Quintman, and Mount Olive being the primary places in the warning. Again, safe place. That is going to be sturdy building, lowest level, interior room, bathroom closet is preferable, away from windows. It's going to be the major stuff that you want out of that. Pillows, blankets, bicycle helmets, protect yourself from flying debris. And then to top it all off, it is never a bad idea to have shoes for the aftermath in the event that the tornado does hit you directly.
That's a very interesting warning, because it seems that the supercell that initially formed has grown upscale to the point where it's now an embedded supercell at the bottom of a QLCS system. And in the middle of that, at what was previously the northern extent of the supercell, is an embedded circulation.
Yep.
Now, obviously, with QLCS systems, they are much more able to put down a tornado, but they tend to be shorter lived and smaller than your average supercell tornado. But you can still get unlucky with a QLCS tornado. There was one that produced some quite substantial damage in Tulsa a few years ago. So just be aware. And if you're in a warning, treat it the same as any other. It could hit your house directly, and you should always take the safest possible action. Don't risk it. Not worth it. Be in your safe place if you're in a tornado warning, and get there as soon as possible.
Agreed on all counts. Want to make sure that you're safe. Better safe than sorry. That's the saying, and that's a saying for a reason. So, as long as you're prepared, as long as you're taking the precautions you need to in these dangerous storms, you're going to be okay. It does look like our severe weather activity is entirely localized now to Louisiana. Both of our severe thunderstorm warning and tornado warnings are in place now in Louisiana. So no severe storms ongoing currently in Arkansas, which is good, and that's becoming messy, so that's probably zapping a lot of the energy out of the atmosphere there, and hopefully that will remain overnight. And then we do have this mess of storms that's starting to congeal together in Louisiana. So we'll see how that continues to go. But still, 2 tornado warnings, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings currently in place at this time.
These storms in Oklahoma are gradually continuing to grow bigger, but they're remaining quite long and thin. They're nowhere near as bulky as the storms in Louisiana, and I think that shows the difference in CAPE, in energy in the atmosphere. There's lesser energy as you go farther north, and there just isn't quite enough energy for these storms to grow big. But if enough smaller storms form and merge together, then they gradually grow bigger over time until they're able to overcome the lesser CAPE and put down a tornado or produce some significant hail.
That is indeed the case, and we'll see what we end up getting here. But
I do want to quickly pop in here. The tornado warning, the southern one, it has been trimmed. So Campsie and Clarence, you are out of the polygon now. You should be in the clear. The couplet currently is located over or very close to Goldana. However, so if you're in Goldana, please make sure you're in your safe area. Pretty much right now is the best time to be in a safe spot, as well as anywhere to the northeast. Really anywhere in there. I would even suggest that Saline gets into their safe space as well, in case this thing decides to occlude and hook north to the northwest. So In all, it does look like it's a lot more disheveled though, which is good. Winds are still ripping with this cell though, so if it wants to, it can very easily still put down a tornado. It just does not look as good as it used to.
And the couplet to the north is also improving in appearance rather quickly. So that's something that we need to note. If you're in Liberty Hill, Quintman, Ainsley, or Clay, be in your safe place here. Oak Grove as well, there in Louisiana. So if you're in Jackson, Beanville, Lincoln parishes, those are the parishes where that tornado-warned storm is. Again, that's lowest level interior room, sturdy building, bathroom closet, pillows and blankets, bicycle helmets to protect yourself from flying debris, a pair of shoes if you can. That's the major tornado precaution checklist, and that's slowly becoming more robust with time. So just want to make sure that we know what we're doing there. And again, if you're in severe thunderstorm warning, stay away from windows. Interior room, not a bad idea. Doesn't need to be quite as robust in terms of precautions, but just make sure that you're not going to be in the path of any immediate debris if like a stick or something flew through a window or something, because that does happen, or if a tree fell on your house, that you'd know how to accommodate for that as well. So those are the major things. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to let us know. We'll be more than glad to answer them. That's what we're here for as we continue to look at the rather dangerous situation that continues to unfold here. We're going to be going on a break here at bottom of the hour, so this is the last 10 minutes until we go on break to ask questions. We'll be back about 5 to 10 minutes after that, assuming that there is no sort of warning or anything of that nature that prompts us coming in sooner. All right, something to note here is as I look at some stuff, I'm trying to look at some parameters and get an idea of how the night's looking like it could unfold. It's looking as though models are not doing a great job of figuring out what parameters are looking like right now, and especially with that high-resolution rapid refresh model you were talking about earlier, Kay, it looks like it's underdoing both low-level shear and cape. So the parameter space looks like it's going to be a fair bit more favorable than what was initially expected. However, the rapid refresh model seems to have a pretty good grip on what's currently going on. At least in terms of cape, in terms of shear, it's pretty close too.
Yeah, it is showing that after the tornado threat diminishes, a damaging wind threat may continue for a couple more hours, pushing into western Tennessee, the Missouri Boots Heel, maybe even extreme western Kentucky, but breaking apart by before sunset, certainly. Maybe around 3 to 5 a.m. local time. Then that leads into tomorrow's severe weather, which could be bigger than today. It could be nothing at all if it fails to produce. We'll just have to wait and see. But focusing on today for now, because that is the more imminent threat, of course.
Yes. The tornado watch, with that mesoscale discussion for an extension on it, did in fact get an extension, but not the one we were expecting. This is an extension farther into Louisiana.
Interesting.
So, parishes of Bossier, Caddo, Calburn, DeSoto, and Webster were all within the watch. But now there are significantly more parishes that have been added on the eastern side of the state.
I think that's reasonable. The warnings were getting fairly close to the edge of the watch.
And so it seemed as though an extension was warranted. It looks like the storms in Oklahoma really are struggling to get their feet off the ground here. I expect with time that won't become such an issue.
Yeah, it should be a matter of time, but they could remain elevated at outside of southern Oklahoma. It's uncertain whether they'll be able to become surface-based in the northern part of the state, and of course, they need to be surface-based to produce a tornado.
Don't need to be to produce some big hail, though. These could be some big hailers.
Oh, absolutely, and you definitely don't want to be driving on a road in a big hailstorm.
No.
If you do find yourself being encroached upon by a storm producing large hail, try to find somewhere to pull under. Of course, if it's tornado warned, you don't want to be anywhere near an overpass or a bridge structure. Gas stations do quite well for sheltering. And also, if you can just find a few good trees, it's better than nothing. If you're out in the open. Of course, you want to cover your eyes in case your windshield breaks. You don't want to get any glass in your eyes. That'd be the worst case scenario from a hailstorm today.
I would like to note, if it is a tornadic storm and you find yourself in a situation where you can't find a sturdy shelter, you do not want to be in your car. And you do not want to be under trees either. You want to be in a flat area with minimal things around you that could act as debris. So hailstorm preparations, things like being in your vehicle, protecting your eyes, getting under trees, those kinds of things, those are reasonable things to do. You do not want to do those things in a tornadic storm.
It's kind of the opposite things that you do for a tornadic storm versus a hail producer.
Yeah.
But of course, the preference is always on the tornadic preventions.
Yes, if you have the unfortunate situation of a tornadic storm producing large hail, you stay safe from the tornado first and the hail second, because the tornado is much more life-threatening.
Yes. I'd like to note the northern couplet here near Liberty Hill, that's become more disheveled with time. The southern couplet here, north of Goldana, has really become robust in the past couple of frames. So that could produce something at any time. So if you're north of Goldana there, and you're headed towards places like the Yankee Springs Church, if you're on State Route 1233, or Highway 1233, Highway 126, from around the intersection of 1233 to around the intersection of State Route 167. Not a bad idea to be in that safe place. I wouldn't be shocked if they extend this warning, but this could drop at any point here. This looks rather robust. So, yeah, north of Goldana, rather unfortunate situation perhaps happening there. And again, that's going to be for Route 570 that's about to pass, if it hasn't already. And then again, 1233. Bruins Mill Fire Station, Cloud Crossing Campground. This thing's about right on top of you. You need to be in your safe place if you're there. And this thing's latest frame, the reflectivity looks great. Yeah, that looks really good. No confirmation of a tornado, but that looks really, really impressive on velocities. So, again, if you're north of Goldana, get into that safe place right now. This thing's probably about on top of the Yankee Springs Baptist Church. It's crossing Route 1233 if it hasn't already. The Bruins Mill Fire Station. If you're there on Route 501 or near there, from around the Antloch Church, places again like Yankee Springs, safe place right now. That's the place to be. Lowest level, sturdy building, interior room. This thing looks like it could have some power. So, again, no confirmation of a tornado at this time. However, the storm is definitely strengthening, and it's doing so rather quickly. So, let's just make sure that we're being safe. We're in that safe place. So if this does drop anything, we are in a situation where we are not putting things in jeopardy. Storm near Liberty Hill, looks like that couplet has also become a little tighter, a little better organized. Now there are two of them with the storm near Liberty Hill. So again, if you're near Liberty Hill, this thing's pretty much right over you. The rotation If you're near Quitman, Ainsley, Clay, those areas, again, need to be in a safe place. That's for Jackson, Beanville, Lincoln parishes, the northern warning, and it's going to be for Joe Chase, Beanville, and Wynn parishes on the southern warning there. So make sure you know what you're doing. Make sure that you are in a safe place. Because again, that's a dangerous situation. It's currently unfolding there, as both of those couplets do look more robust than they did before. Do we have updates, new information?
Just looking at the general conditions, and I've noticed that this storm activity in Louisiana and southern Arkansas has taken a fair bit out of the atmosphere, and there is a reduction in the Cape. It's 1,500 in Mississippi. It's well over 2,000 in central Texas, but it actually drops below 1,500 in between where the storms are. And it's showing a little bit of convective inhibition potentially associated with storm downdrafts.
Yeah, that
checks out.
That's
Certainly
good.
good news.
Certainly. New frame just came in. Very robust couplet now on the southern cell, and the northern cell just had a pretty quick intensification of its couplet as well. So this is what we're going to do. This has some power here on the southern side. No correlation coefficient drop. So again, there's no confirmation of anything, but this is strengthening pretty rapidly. So, and a new tornado warning has just gone into effect with that southern cell that is strengthening rather rapidly there. Again, radar indicated rotation. So if you're in western Jackson Parish, southeastern Meanville Parish, southeastern Lincoln Parish, and northwestern Wynn Parish, you're in tornado warning until 5:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. So that's going to be, the storm will be near Jonesboro, Louisiana, around 4:40 p.m. It'll be around Ruston at 5:10 p.m. And other locations that could be impacted include East Hodge, North Hodge, Quinman, Mount Olive, Quadrant, and Vienna. So again, if you're in any of those areas, you need to be getting to your safe place right now. This thing is making a beeline towards the Jonesboro area right now, there in Louisiana. I want to clarify that's Louisiana, that's not Arkansas. Jonesboro, Louisiana, in that tornado warning at this time. Dangerous situation continues to unfold there. Very robust couplet there. And then again, we have those twins almost, it looks like, those twin couplets with the northern side of things near Liberty Hill and north of Danville, heading towards places like Quinman, Ainsley, Clay, Oak Grove. If you are within those areas, you also need to be making sure that you are in your safe place, as any and all of these could become more robust and cause problems with time. When it comes to our severe thunderstorm warning, that looks to have weakened a bit. Still, make sure you're keeping an eye on that. Do we have any updates from the team?
Nothing besides these two storms appearing to strengthen at the same time in close proximity, which is rather interesting. The southern storm that's moving towards Jonesboro does have a more classic supercell shape, whereas the northern storm is a bit messier and less well-defined and has actually weakened in the latest radar scan, but the southern cell is still going strong. Might actually have two competing rotations, or it might be cycling. It's hard to tell. Maybe there's a storm merger going on with that southern cell.
Could be.
It could put down a tornado at any time, but it looks uncertain how long any tornado would last for right now. It just isn't an environment conducive to long tracking tornadoes.
No, not long tracking ones. However, there is enough oomph in the atmosphere for some pretty robust, short-lived ones. So
definitely,
we'll see what continues to happen there. But again, these two main storms, these are the big ones here in Louisiana. Those are the ones that we're going to continue to track here as time goes on. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask. We'll be more than glad to answer them. But this is the more...
We do have another damage report from the potential tornado in Jesseville, Arkansas. It looks like it did some damage to the football field. Looks like one of the light towers has been damaged. And again, more insulation blown around.
Certainly. Not good news there, but that kind of stuff happens. We do have again, the couplet near Liberty Hill is weakening quickly, and now the one near Quinlan, the eastern one on the northern cell, strengthening. The couplet here on the southern cell looks to have about held in strength, but again, Kay, I see what you're saying. There's that rotation there, that southern side that looks like it might be trying to compete, wrap around a bit. Regardless, with stuff like that, it's becoming rather
The same
evident.
is true with the northern storm. There's two rotations.
Yeah, the first one, the northern one looks to be fizzling out pretty quick, and the southern one looks to be um, the one that could become dominant, although both of them look weaker than they did in the previous frame, so it's difficult to tell.
It seems like both are trying to cycle, but whether there's enough energy in the atmosphere for that process to happen efficiently is doubtful. Maybe if they were more discreet, there would be a tornado on the ground, but they're so close together with other storms that aren't doing anything at all, just raining with a bit of lightning. And it's really sapping their potential, which is great. That's what we want to see. We don't want to see storms touching down. We want them to be competing, being weak. I know some people feel they got all excited and there's an enhanced risk and everyone's talking about tornadoes, and then not much happens. A couple of skinny tornadoes by the looks of it so far with some minor damage. But this is what we want to see. The more events that do this, the less people have to suffer and rebuild, and the better it is for everyone involved.
Absolutely. Cannot agree with that statement more. We do have an update with the tornado warning here up near Liberty Hill. Liberty Hill tornado warning. This is a tornado warning that remains in effect until 4:45 for northwestern Jackson, east central Beanville, and southwestern Lincoln parishes. So that's not for too much longer. Again, tornadic storm was located 9 miles northwest of Jonesboro, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. And this is going to be impacting Quinlan, Liberty Hill, and Mount Olive. So if you're in those areas, please get to your safe place, especially because that couplet does look more robust. The secondary couplet, if you will, has almost fizzled out completely, and now it looks as if we do have a more robust rotation that's going on there, moving between Liberty Hill and Quinlan as we speak right now. Definitely good news. It's generally speaking the kind of thing that you want to see. And this thing is about to cross, it looks like State Route or Highway 147. Highway 147 there. So that's where that currently is. Again, if you're in Queensman, Ainsley, Clay, Oak Grove, safe place right now. That's the place to be. As for the southern cell, it looks as if that southern rotation is becoming more robust, although the northern one remains quite strong. Again, no indications of a tornado on the ground at the moment, but I think that southern cell there looks quite good at the moment, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that really start to get going here in short order if things keep up the way they're currently going.
Yeah, there's definitely the potential.
We'll see what continues to happen. Again, the main stuff over in Oklahoma, that's going to be the stuff that slowly intensifies as conditions improve overnight tonight. So that's the major thing that's
Absolutely.
going on there.
If anything can become isolated and surface based as a supercell in northeast Texas into Texarkana and southwest Arkansas, that is where the greatest potential for a significant tornado will be before we get closer to the QLCS embedded tornado threat in the overnight hours. But it's very uncertain. Only a couple of the model runs have produced anything close to a discrete supercell here, but it's an outside chance that we need to be aware of.
It's absolutely the case. All right, we're going to be taking a quick break here. If any developments do occur, we will come back right away. Again, 2 strengthening storms at the moment in Louisiana, the main area of focus for now. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back soon. Hello and welcome back to Advective Weather live coverage. We are back for the next little while. We're going to be on the air as long as we do have tornado-warned storms to talk about. We have one tornado warning that was allowed to expire here just about now, but we still have that southern storm near Wyatt. Nowhere near as organized as it was just a little bit ago. The northern couplet has now died down, and the southern couplet is the one that's looking more robust now. So if this can keep up what it's doing right now, I think it could become a rather robust tornado threat. We're going to be on the air as long as it could be. But if things do die down here with round one, we're going to be off the air after that. Could come back later in the evening if things do ramp up again. With me on my team, I still have Kay and Rishi. How are you both doing, and what does the current situation look like? All right, well, that's quite all right. As we take a look at what's currently going on, we have a few things going on here that are of note. If we take a look at what's going on a smaller scale, we have that tornado-warned storm there near Jonesboro, and the main couplet there. It's where those reds and greens come together. That's near Wyatt right now, so it's just to the east. So if you're in Wyatt, you need to be in that safe place. That is in a basement, interior room, sturdy building, that kind of thing. As we head up towards Jonesboro, that's Jonesboro, Louisiana. You need to be in your safe place. Hodge, Wester, Quinman, Ainsley, Clay, Vernon. You need to be in that safe place in that tornado warning. This warning is for Jackson, Beanville, Lincoln, and Wynn parishes in Louisiana, and that's until 5:15 p.m. Central Time. So we still got a little while before that warning expires, and that's going to continue to move north. This storm's going to be near Jonesboro here. It was supposed to be near there around 4:40. It's nearly 4:50. The storm is still approaching, so still want to keep an eye on that for sure. And then Ruston around 5:10. The tornado warning just got updated, so if you're in Wynn Parish, all clear. Warning is canceled for you now. But the thunderstorm still tornado warned for Jackson, southeastern Beanville, and southeastern Lincoln parishes. Again, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near or over Jonesboro, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour, according to the Weather Service. And again, the storm will arrive in Jonesboro here around 4:50. But other places that are impacted include East Hodge, Cloudrun, North Hodge, and Quitman. Ashley, Vernon, Clay, Ruston, Colton. Also, within that warning, if we get more specific as to what exactly that looks like in terms of specific locations, that's going to be places like State Route 167. If you're in Anchorage, Beach Springs Baptist Church, Bethany Baptist Church, St. Rest Baptist Church, George Mdella, Osborne Park, Zion Cemetery, the Stuckley Airport, Oak Ridge Cemetery, New Hope Baptist Church, those general areas. Areas to look at, and yeah, this couplet is definitely becoming more robust now south of Jonesboro. So this is something that needs to be watched closely. This thing is north of Wyatt, south of Jonesboro. It's tightening up rather rapidly. Structurally speaking, one of the best looking couplets we've had so far. So no indications that there's a tornado on the ground, but definitely indications that this storm is strengthening and it's starting to get its act together. So we'll see what ends up happening. To the team, do we have any updates?
As I alluded to earlier, there is now a flash flood warning from all of these thunderstorms in Louisiana. For the areas that one of these tornado-warned storms moved through earlier, which is immediately north of Natchitoches, including Campty and nearby areas.
That is true. That includes Beanville, Natchitoches, and Red River parishes in Louisiana, and that lasts all the way until 7:45 p.m. Central Standard Time.
And that is public reported. Flash flooding caused by thunderstorms is already occurring.
Yes, this is confirmation of flash flooding. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have already fallen. Flash flooding is already occurring. This according to the National Weather Service, read directly from the warning text. In terms of precautionary and preparedness actions, they say turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles, and be aware of your surroundings. Again, do not drive in flooded roads. That's the thing. that the Weather Service cannot drive home enough. People drive through flooded roads. Not a good idea to do. So stay safe out there and make sure that you know what to do in the event that you are in that flooding situation.
A couple other things to note. With this severe weather today and tomorrow, Mobile, Alabama has broken its January 2nd record high temperature. Previous record was 80 and it has hit 82.
Wow.
Pensacola, Florida has tied its January 2nd daily high at 78.
That's impressive.
That is. I do want to bring up more relevant to our current, or to the severe situation, rather. We do have Mexico Discussion 8 out now. This is for east to northeast Texas. 40% watch issuance there. They're citing some agitated cumulus increasing near the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. If anything should intensify, they would move into an environment increasingly favorable for all severe hazards. Whole bunch of technical stuff. So the only issue is that there's uncertainty as to whether or not the storms will actually be able to mature before moving into the already outlined watches. So
there's a potential westward expansion if the storms become severe before they enter the current watches.
Correct.
And that'll just be if it goes farther west, they'll issue the watch as necessary. If the storms stay below severe levels until they enter the current watches, there'll be no action needed.
Correct.
Storm near Jonesboro continues to intensify with time. That couplet is really starting to get its act together. And the latest frame is a cause for some concern. I'm not sure if this is an aliasing error or not, so I would like to get some feedback here from the rest of you. Are you getting radar returns here of around 80 miles? I got a 102 mile per hour pixel here on the outbound side.
From Fort Polk or Shreveport?
Shreveport.
Highest I'm getting outbound. Outbound, I'm getting 71.6 miles per hour at maximum.
Okay, that's still robust, but not quite same level.
Inbounds are hitting 55 miles per hour.
Okay. Yeah, so that's about
I've got
the same.
38 and 87, so we're all getting different numbers. That's nice.
Yeah.
Well, average them out about 85.
Oh, this helps rule out the values. Storm relative velocity made life a lot easier for me. But yeah, that's a strong
good.
couplet there. It's a very strong couplet.
It is a strong couplet. It is aligned with the radar. You can have couplets that are not properly aligned with the radar, and that suggests that they're not tornadic and maybe a wind thing. But this is definitely a potentially tornadic couplet. It could produce a tornado at any moment to the east of Jonesboro, Louisiana.
Yeah. I'm getting some data here together so we can calculate the approximate strength of this. Let's see here. So about 51 knots. 60 knots.
There is also, while you're doing that, there's yet another mesoscale discussion. This one for north central Tennessee. This is 20% watch issuance. Basically, they're looking at the clusters of thunderstorms moving through. They're citing a damaging wind, marginal hail risk. Modest buoyancy, about MLK about 500, with about 40-45 knots of effective shear. Damaging gusts, marginal hail will be possible until the early evening. Since it's such a small area, they're not expecting a watch.
That's fair enough. Again, the only real severe weather warning that we're dealing with is with that robust couplet there near Jonesboro in Louisiana. So we're going to continue to cover that. And again, that's there near the Full Gospel Temple, Pine Grove Missionary Baptist Church, Spring Hill Baptist Church. If I had to guess, it looks as if the storm is about to cross Highway 4 and move northward towards places like the Herman Cemetery, Jackson Parish Solid Waste, Jamie Davis, Tabernacle. Beach Springs Baptist Church. And so those are general areas. If those ring a bell, need to be in your safe place. And again, that safe place, that's going to look like lowest level of sturdy building in an interior room. I know I said it a lot tonight, but I think it's really important. Lowest level sturdy building, interior room, probably a bathroom, closet, something like that. Stay away from windows. Pillows, blankets, things like that, to protect yourself from flying debris, are also quite important. Getting some strangeness here on radar. The inbound winds have gotten stronger. The outbound winds have gotten weaker. The inflow is going a bit crazy, though. So I think this could really produce here in not too long. And we have a little bit of a drop now that's pretty closely aligned. It gets down to 0.88. So technically, that could, yeah, that's close. I'm not going to say there's anything on the ground just yet. It's not very clear, but evidence is slowly building up that there could be a tornado on the ground with this. So we're going to keep a very close eye on it.
We'll have to wait for some more information.
Yep.
But there could be a tornado of some sort on the ground right now.
Yep. We'll see.
What road is that moving? What road is that just moved over?
So this is about to move over Route 4, or just has moved over Route 4, Highway 4.
And then lots of rural areas ahead of it as it moves away from Jonesboro.
Correct. However, there are still places like, again, that Hebron Cemetery, the Jackson Parish Solid Waste Site, Beach Springs Baptist Church, and then that heads towards the next major area is going to be the New Hope Baptist Church in Vernon. And there we go. Yeah, that couplet looks much more robust now on both the northern and southern side. So this is really getting its act together quickly, folks. If you are near Weston, Jonesboro, heading north into Vernon, be in your safe place for this. This is getting its act together. That drop is more robust. No calls from the Weather Service that this is confirmed, but we're seeing it's at around 87%. So we're really starting to drop in terms of correlation, and it's over the couplet. So can't call it a confirmed tornado. We're going to wait for the Weather Service. However, I think there is a real possibility that there's a tornado on the ground with this. This is the most evidence I've seen for a tornado being on the ground with the storm so far today. We don't know that for sure. However, if I were a betting man, I'd say that there's probably some sort of funnel or circulation on the ground right now. So we'll see what ends up happening there. But I would say this is beginning to escalate. So again, east of Weston, that's where the storm is. If there is a tornado, it is again east of Weston. And generally, that's going to be right next to the Jackson Parish Sports and Recreation Complex. It's right about there. The Lazy Gator, if that rings a bell, it's about right over that, and it's heading right towards the backwoods, Kennel Collars area, the Zion Rest Primitive Baptist Church, the Hebron Cemetery. Especially if you're in that Hebron Cemetery, you get to your safe place right now. This thing's heading right in your general direction. And it is strengthening quickly. If there's not a tornado on the ground with it, there probably will be shortly, and this is strengthening rapidly now. Rapidly strengthening. That's a solid enough drop for me.
We will have to wait for the National Weather Service to confirm it. Maybe they're waiting for a more substantial CC drop. Given how messy this is, it is almost certainly fully rain-wrapped. I would not anticipate anyone seeing this coming unless they're in the perfect position, which likely is not in the path of the tornado. We do have the warning just updated, and it is now a particularly dangerous situation.
Yes, so that means that the Weather Service has said there is a confirmed tornado on the ground, and not only that, but it is a powerful tornado. This tornado has power. This tornado is dangerous. The couplet has strengthened rapidly here. So we have a dangerous, large, rain-wrapped tornado. It's going to be difficult to see. It's just north of Weston. So if you're in the Hebron Cemetery, it's right over you right now. So You're out of time. You need to go. If you are in Vernon, if you're in the New Hope Baptist Church, if you're in St. Clair Cemetery there, you need to make sure that you are in a safe place right now. That's going to be along Highway 146 in the intersection in Vernon to 148 from around the Prospect Cemetery all the way to the St. Clair Cemetery. If you are around that area, again, you need to be in that safe place right now as a robust, powerful, dangerous, deadly tornado is on the ground heading in the direction of Vernon. Lowest level, sturdy building, interior room. Pillows, blankets to protect yourself from flying debris. Those are the major things. Bicycle helmet if you can. Bring the set of shoes if you can. You got a little bit of time in Vernon if you need to grab that stuff, but not much. You need to act now. Confirmed, dangerous, deadly tornado on the ground at this time.
Potentially deadly.
Correct.
Hopefully, if everyone takes the necessary action, there'll be no lives lost to this confirmed tornado. But if you are in the path of it, or even near the path, you need to be moving to your safe place now.
That is
I gotta
correct.
say, I'm pretty surprised that our first confirmed tornado warning is straight to PDS. That is, I did not expect that personally. I know we've had one photograph tornado already, but yikes.
Yeah, no, not a good situation. However, that is the situation that we are in. Let's see here. Now it's getting very intense. That's a very intense circulation. It's even more intense than it was in the previous frame. If we run some experimental calculations here, yeah, odds are this is quickly moving into territory where this could be a significant tornado. If you're in Vernon, you need to be in your safe place. This thing has power. This thing can pack a punch. Again, you need to be in your safe place. That's not an optional thing. To protect your life, get to a safe place here. Taking action, that's the best thing you can do here. The tornado is now well north of Weston, heading nearly directly towards Vernon. If you are in Vernon, if you are in that New Hope Baptist Church, Mount Zion Cemetery, it is important. If you are at the Stuckley Airport down there, you need to make sure that you are in your safe place. This thing is currently over more rural areas. If you are in the Herborn Cemetery, this thing is either over you or about to be right over you. And this thing, again, it's making a beeline for Vernon. Very dangerous situation there for sure with that tornadic thunderstorm as it continues to strengthen and become more robust with time. Again, particularly dangerous situation. Very robust tornado on the ground there. It's going to be rain wrapped. Something that needs to be kept an eye on. Do we have any additional information? All right, it appears not. However, again, that robust, powerful, dangerous tornado continues to be on the ground.
Yeah, that latest frame is quite something.
Yeah. That's got power. Flash flood warning also in effect for the area now as heavy rainfall moves in. So after this moves through, you want to be in lower ground during the tornado warning. Afterwards, you want to make sure that you have your documents together, everything like that. Make sure those are protected in higher ground after the tornado passes due to the flash flooding that's occurring. But for now, tornado, first priority here. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to ask. We are covering a dangerous, rain-wrapped tornado, potentially deadly, moving towards Vernon at this time. All right, and as that continues to move up north, making that beeline towards Vernon, it's looking like, as of now, it's going to be passing Highway 811 near Herborn Cemetery. That's moving north. It's going to pass 155. It's going to pass Highway 155, and then it's going to, it really does look like it's kind of making a beeline for Vernon right now. It might pass it. a bit to the west, but I am not certain of that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how you look at this. This is a very dangerous situation. I mean, particularly dangerous situation. As soon as you see those three words or hear those three words of any warning, you know that you need to be in shelter. And I know Thomas has gone ad nauseum to this, but I want to say it anyway. Get to shelter now if you are anywhere within this polygon.
That's the way to be. The couplet does look significantly weaker in the latest frame. That's good news. This could still be a robust, powerful tornado on the ground, though, heading in the general direction of Vernon. So stay in your safe place. It does not look quite as good as it did. However, it still looks rather robust, rather strong. Definitely not something to scoff at. I do want to go over that particularly dangerous situation terminology. Yeah, so basically, the wording is used for situations that look particularly life-threatening to the Storm Prediction Center and National Weather Service in different watch and warning situations. So this is an indication that the Weather Service deems this to be a somewhat life-threatening situation. And we're going to continue to keep an eye on this with time. The Jackson Parish District 2nd Fire Protection area that is near Vernon. You guys also need to be in your safe place. I haven't mentioned you guys yet, but you're well within this warning as well. So please make sure that you are in your tornado safe place.
I
right
have
now.
a
Yes?
report of big trees down in the road in association with this storm. A storm chaser who's live streaming has come across multiple big trees down in the road. So that seems to be the main risk today is storms, tornado, or straight line winds bringing down trees. There was a photo I saw a little while ago, but didn't bring up because of the PDS. The earlier tornado near Little Rock in Jesseville brought down multiple trees on several homes. So even if the tornado misses you directly, it could put a tree onto your house. So you really should be inside. If you somehow manage to see it through all the rain, don't assume you're going to miss the impacts just because it's not going near you. There are winds that move around these tornadoes, the RFD, rear flank downdraft, which can be as strong as the tornado in some situations. And you don't want to be outside while trees are falling down.
No. That's certainly the case. But yeah, no, there's a rain-wrapped, messy tornado within that, which is dangerous, strong, needs to be taken quite seriously. And we'll see what happens in this next frame. It looks a bit weaker in this frame than it did the previous one, but it still looks quite strong. It's still no joke. So we'll see if we can find out what exactly is going on here in just a second, if we can get a quick update. But yeah, there is definitely a correlation coefficient drop with that. Luckily, it doesn't seem like it's hit anything too big in its stronger phase, and hopefully that's going to remain the case, and it'll weaken down, and there won't be much going on with it as it continues to move in the general direction of Vernon. But we'll see if we can get some new data here. In the meantime, we can, and it does look like this is disorganizing a bit. Looks like it's a bit less organized than it was before, so that's good news. However, the Weather Service still has a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning in place, and this still looks robust enough that there could be a tornadic, there could be a tornado on the ground with this. So, still, if you're in Vernon, stay in your shelters. Two reasons. Firstly, if there's a tornado still on the ground, that's obviously dangerous. Secondly, if not, these things can ramp up about as quickly as they die down. So, stay in that safe place if you're in Vernon. That's the major place of concern at the moment with this storm. So, that's the major thing for now. Again, lowest level sturdy building, interior room.
It does seem to be weakening. It does appear to be shrinking, which is great. I'm not sure if we have access to it, but apparently KULM, which is a radar associated with a university, somewhere. I'm not quite sure where the university is. Maybe
Let's check
it's
something.
Monroe. But it shows a even more intense couplet than we've been seeing, and a small debris ball,
Mm.
which is quite remarkable.
So perhaps it's a smaller tornado there. Yes, I do not have direct access to
It's
that.
probably only available through the university website if it is university radar.
Yes, perhaps. Um,
But yes, we likely had a. Well, it may not get rated that high if it's only impacted trees, but it could well have been a significant tornado. Certainly, it was capable of inflicting damage to homes if it did impact any rural locations. It may re-touch down if it has lifted. It may re-strengthen if it's still on the ground, or it may lift, but it's not as strong as it was just a few minutes ago, which is great to see.
yes, it is. It's also not over just yet, so we're going to continue to stay with you as this continues. Its move through, its march towards Vernon. But yeah, definitely some good news all around with the weakening of this tornadic thunderstorm, and we're just going to hope that that continues to occur. Regardless, if you're in Vernon, stay in that safe place. For now, we will let you know when the Weather Service lifts that particularly dangerous situation tag and when you're out of the warning.
Well, sorry, I just wasn't sure if I was on mute or not. Speaking of the PDS, they issued a new tornado warning, which is still PDS. So they're still saying it's on the ground.
Oh, have they?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I see that.
508 confirmed large extremely dangerous tornado located 10 miles northeast of Jonesboro, moving north at 30 miles per hour. So
Yeah,
it's
there it
definitely
is.
slowed. So is it moving slower? It's moving slower. So it has slowed down. So that'll give people who are in the path a bit more time to react, thankfully. So definitely if you are in the path of this, if you are in Ruston, let's see, how do you say this? Chaudront, Vienna, Downsville, Dubac, any of those towns, you have a little bit of extra time to get to shelter, but don't take that to mean that, oh, I can wait to go to shelter. You should go to shelter immediately, as this is a particularly dangerous situation. This could be a strong tornado, which means that if you are not in adequate shelter, you could be putting your life in direct jeopardy. So please make sure that you are in a safe space as soon as possible. There's plenty of things you can do, but the easiest is just to get underground. Or if you can't do that, make sure that it is at least 4 walls around you, interior room, away from windows. If you're in a car, you actually want to get out of your car, find a low-lying area, even a ditch is preferred here. Lay flat in your stomach, hands over your head, and put anything else above your head that you can to protect it. Mobile homes are not an option in this case, as they are very easily picked up and thrown by strong winds.
Yep, that is in fact the case, and that new particularly dangerous situation tornado warning is in effect for north central Jackson, southwestern Union, northwestern Aguilita, and eastern Lincoln parishes, all in Louisiana, central Louisiana, or north central Louisiana. So, again, particularly dangerous situation currently taking place there, and that tornado warning is in effect until 6 p.m. Again, it's a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning in effect until 6 p.m. Looks like the storm will be near Ruston at about 5:35. So that's important. And other locations that could get impacted include Vienna Quadrant, Dearborn, Downsville, Unionsville, and Dubac. So again, the Weather Service to say, and I quote, "A large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. To protect your life, take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room at the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris." Straight from the National Weather Service, that's what's currently going on. As a dangerous situation continues to unfold here.
Some good news is that as of the latest frame, there is no easily apparent CC drop, and the velocity coupler is nowhere near what it used to be.
No, not
You
even
might not
close.
even notice it was a coupler if you were coming into this for the first time right now. But it could very easily put down a new tornado if it has indeed lifted. It may still be on the ground.
Could be.
It's not right on top of the radar. It could be a very small tornado, which would struggle to be picked up at this range.
That's a true statement.
So we are about 5,000 feet up on the nearest radar.
Yes. Yeah, we're about 5,100 feet or so. This is still looking dangerous. The couplet is right over Vernon. So this is moving over Vernon as we speak. Now it's moving north. So Quadrant, that's the next, and Ruston. Those are the next major places that need to be keeping an eye on this. This is going to be riding up Highway 146. It's going to do a pretty good job of that. And then I think and as it continues to ride up Highway 146, again, those are going to be the two major places, Ruston and Quadrant. And in between there, the County Line Church, the Specialty Hospital, the Ruston Regional Airport, the Ruston Sports Complex. All those areas should be getting to a safe place. The Ruston Sports Complex, I know it's open right now. If you know anyone in the Ruston Sports Complex, please share them this stream. Please tell them they need to get to shelter. Please, if the complex isn't taking those procedures, tell them they need to take those procedures. And it does look like the couplet has become more robust in the latest frame compared to the previous one. So this could be attempting to regenerate as this tornadic storm is now riding west of Highway 146, or at least the couplet is. The storm itself is over Highway 146 and producing heavy rain in places like Ruston and Quadrant right now.
I would like to note that while we've been focused on the PDS tornado in Louisiana, we now have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in eastern Oklahoma.
That we do. We'll take a look at those real quickly, and then we'll get right back to this. But the first severe thunderstorm warning there, it's in effect on the northern side of things. That's for 60-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-sized hail issued by the National Weather Service in Tulsa. So that is for southwestern Craig, central Rogers, western Maize, and northwestern Wagner counties till 5:45 p.m. Again, that's for 60-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-sized hail. So if you are in Claremore, Vienna, Pear Creek, Chutu, Chalisa, Nola, Adair, Foyle, Big Cabin, White Oak, Sportsman Acres Community, Taiwa. There are 2 Taiwas, if there are 2 of those in 2 different counties. That's the distinction. Maisie, Murphy, and what is that? It's Bushy Head. If you're in any of those areas, including Interstate 44 between markers 246 and 282, just note that you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. If you're in a vehicle, you probably want to get off the road here as this storm moves through. So be aware of that. The other severe thunderstorm warning that we have, that's to the south. That's for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1-inch hail. And that is for southeastern Minchcott and northwestern Pittsburgh counties until 6 p.m. for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. All right, let's get back to that particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that's in place. It does really look like this is starting to die down a bit, which is good news. But we just have to see what ends up happening here over the next few frames. But this did just move right over Vernon. Still a fairly well-defined couplet. And we'll just have to
Absolutely.
see. We'll just have to see what it does.
Something that's been noted is that because it's winter and there aren't any leaves around and it's very wet, it's possible that the CC is being dampened down by all the moisture. And it might not be showing up as apparent as you would typically expect. So there could still be a tornado on the ground and we just can't tell because of how rainy everything is and the time of year.
Yeah.
And speaking of how rainy it is, there are now 4 flash flood warnings, all in northwestern Louisiana and eastern Texas for various creek and river valleys, including part of this PDS tornado warning. So Jonesboro, Natchitoches, and parts of the Texas-Louisiana border in particular, and surrounding areas upstream and downstream of those locations are all in flash flood warnings.
Goodness gracious. Just got news that for those in the weather community, storm chaser Brandon Coppock got in a pretty serious car accident here not too long ago on the road. So sending prayers to him as I'm seeing
Absolutely.
information
Hopefully
on
he and
that.
everyone else involved are okay.
But yeah, that's new information that's just coming in. But yeah, no, rather robust. Rather robust couplet there. Still in place there north of Vernon. This thing's about to move right over Highway 146 with Vernon Highway. It looks like this could split Ruston and Chadrant. You still want to be in your safe place if you're in either of those areas. The County Line Church, this thing's pretty much right over you if it hasn't already passed. The Ruston Regional Airport, Hannah's Outfits, the Bow Smith Music Store, Pleasant Grove Baptist Church, Watts Fresh Produce, the Soul Food Kitchen, all those areas that are near and around Ruston and Chadrant. You guys could get impacted by this, so please remain in that safe place for now as this does begin to move through. The couplet is getting quite broad. It is getting quite weak, so I wouldn't be shocked to see a downgrade here in short order, courtesy of the Weather Service. But for now, they have the particularly dangerous situation warning on it, so we're going to continue to treat it as if it is a dangerous, powerful tornado on the ground until the Weather Service says otherwise. However, we do have evidence that it has become weaker than it once was. Down the road here, especially if this re-strengthens again, if you're in Downsville, if you're in Dubac, if you're in Vienna, you need to remain in that safe place in case something does end up happening there. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask, and we'll be more than happy to answer those. We're going to go over some more big picture stuff real quick here as things continue, especially with the flash flood warnings. We have a few flash flood warnings here down in Louisiana. All of those expire in the ballpark of 3 to 4 hours. So
we have this minute had a report of a funnel cloud with the southern severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma.
We have. Okay. Well, let's go and investigate that real quick. On radar, I don't know which one's the best one to look at it through. I think
if anything,
Tulsa.
it's very weak. But then again, there's not really a close radar site to look off of.
No.
Large funnel
KTLX
cloud
and
with rapid
KSRX.
rotation 3 miles northwest of the report location, which would place it very near to Indianola.
Yeah, that sounds about right. There's a mesocyclone there. Make no mistake, there's rotation there. So that's certainly possible.
So unfortunately, in a radar poor zone.
Yes. Luckily, we do have a chaser there, though, to keep an eye on things, it sounds like. Was that a chaser that reported that, or the public? It sounds like chaser language.
That was a Spotter Network report.
Okay, yeah, so probably chaser. Yeah, luckily we have chasers on that, so we can keep you posted. Yeah, there it is. That PDS tornado warning remains in effect for this system. Looks like if you're in Chadrant, this is going to be moving in your general direction here, and Downsville down the line. If you're in Ruston, Vienna, Dubac, you still want to be in your safe place in case this does move like this. You're still within that particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. However, it's more likely to hit Chadrant, Downsville. Those are the two areas that I'm like, okay, you really need to get to your safe place. If you're in Vernon, the tornado threat has mostly passed. You're still getting heavy rain, strong winds, things like that. Wouldn't be a bad idea to stay in your shelter, but the tornado threat looks to have passed. So that is good news. Again, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to ask us. We'll be more than glad to answer them. Thank you so much for watching Advective Weather thus far. We do appreciate it. We will continue to be on the air as long as there are tornadic thunderstorms and rapidly changing severe weather information to go over. There it is. Let's see. What else we got going on?
Unfortunately, it's just a very messy picture with this storm in Oklahoma. You can't really make anything out from how far away from the radar it is.
Yeah.
However, it does have 1-inch hail.
Yes. No, that storm's no joke. It definitely has a mesocyclone on it, so.
There is a mesocyclone on the storm to the south of it as well, that's even farther from any radar.
We love that.
So there could be a couple of there could be a tornado on the ground somewhere with these storms well away from radar. We just don't have the information to say anything. Regardless, there will be potentially damaging straight line winds and hail of 1/2 inch to 1 inch with these storms that are now continuing to grow in strength and size in eastern Oklahoma.
Yep. Now those updrafts are going to slowly intensify as the jet stream down there improves. Particularly dangerous situation tornado warning remains in effect at this time in Louisiana. The tornadic thunderstorm appears to have weakened, and we have now gotten a downgrade to radar indicated rotation. So this is no longer a particularly dangerous situation. The tornado warning remains in effect until 6 p.m. for central Jackson, southwestern Union, northwestern Tuca, and eastern Lincoln parishes. This was updated as of 5:23 p.m. No longer a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning. Downgrade to radar indicated. Still needs to be taken seriously. Still could be a tornado on the ground. However, the messaging from the Weather Service is no longer anywhere near as extreme as it once was. So that's good news. And the radar generally shows that weakening as well. Let's take a look at the bigger picture here real quick then for a bit and just go over a few of the things that are going on. Generally speaking, we have 2 tornado watches in place, Tornado Watch number 1 and Tornado Watch number 2, both in place for the same system, stretching all the way from Kansas to Louisiana and Texas. We have a couple of severe thunderstorms going on in Oklahoma, and we're probably going to have quite a few more as the conditions for strong storms continue to improve with time up in Oklahoma. Excuse me. As we move southward, we do have some more discrete storms there that are east of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. Those are moving into more favorable conditions and could start producing severe weather soon. We, of course, have our mess of rain and thunderstorms stretching all the way from Missouri and Kentucky down south through much of Arkansas, producing flash flooding concerns throughout the night tonight, hence the moderate risk from the Weather Prediction Center for flash flooding. And then as we move south, we have our one and only tornado-warned storm here. Again, no longer PDS, but radar indicated for the storm that is currently about to move over Chowdhunt and then Downsville in terms of the couplet. Still, you should be in your safe place if you are within that tornado warning. That's the bigger picture. Storm Prediction Center has an enhanced risk for tornadoes and strong winds in place tonight, and they are going to have a new outlook that comes out here at 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern. And in the event that the weather is still active, we will go over that when it does end up coming out. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask and we'll be more than glad to answer them. Just looking to see if there's any new information in regards to what is currently going on. But yeah, that messy, clustery
We
storm
have just
mode.
had a storm
Yes.
report.
Yes?
Storm Chaser reports tornado at Jonesboro. Numerous trees down, including large ones.
So that was with the PDS warning earlier.
Yes.
Okay. Let's hope everyone there's okay.
In terms of what we should expect in the next few hours, the greatest tornado threat will shift from Louisiana to northeast Texas and eastern Oklahoma, and then it will move into Arkansas as we get closer to midnight and then move into the overnight morning hours. There could be a brief tornado threat along the Arkansas-Tennessee border region during the overnight hours as a linear system with possible QRCS tornadoes moves towards the Mississippi River.
Yep.
But in the next 2 hours, we should definitely be looking for potential tornadoes and damaging winds and large hail from the supercells that are continuing to develop in eastern Oklahoma.
We have 2 tornado warnings now in effect with those. Each of those
They
severe
are now
warned
both
supercells are now
tornado
both
warned?
tornado warned. Yes, so we're going to go over that right now. Both of those cells are now tornado warned. So let's go over the one to the north first. This one has a bit of a hook on it. It's near Peor, so we'll start with that one. But yes, no, both of these are now tornado warned. So the one to the north, near Peor, the couplet looks very disheveled, to say the very least. But I think it's just because of how close the radar is. Correlation coefficient is also useless. But tornado warning.
It looks much better on the airport radar, if you have that.
Okay, yeah, I do have that. I'll take a look at that. And we'll see what we end up getting there. But tornado warning in effect for Craig, Delaware, and Mays counties in Oklahoma until 6:15 p.m. That's for a tornado and quarter-sized hail. I am not able to get data, it looks like, velocity data here from that airport radar. We'll see if I can. Regardless, if you were in Vinta, Prior Creek, Langley, Adair, Ketchum, Spanaw, Disney, Big Cabin, Pensacola, Hoodow, Old Cherokee State Park, Spinot State Park, Dora, Strang, or Disney Little Blue State Park, if you're in any of those areas, it's time to get to that safe place. As there's a tornado-warned cell that looks rather robust, with quite the couplet on it, that is moving generally towards places like Shang, Langley, Pensacola, Spainbow. As we head south here, I don't know which radar is best to look at this with. I
think it's a pick your poison situation. None of them are particularly good. For the southern storm, it's ever so slightly closer to Fort Smith right now, but it is moving towards Tulsa.
Yes, it is. I think Tulsa might actually
There is a lot of lightning with the southern storm. A lot of lightning.
No, the southern storm actually has Tulsa has the better look at the southern one too. Yeah, it's quite the couplet with that one. Just a fair bit of one. So this is a tornado warning that's also in effect until 6:15 p.m. And again, the potential tornado is located over at Canadian, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So this is for central Haskell, McIntosh, and Pittsburgh counties until 6:15. And so that's for places like Eufaula, Chakota, Crowder, Canadian, Indiasmola, Rinceville, Stidham, Arrowhead State Park, Lake Eufaula State Park, Vivian, and Ontpat. So all of those areas currently in a tornado warning, but things are starting to kick off up there in Oklahoma as well, as these storms do become more robust with time. So see what ends up happening with those supercells, but those are also now tornado warned. So we have both Louisiana and we have trouble in Louisiana and trouble in Oklahoma now as well, as things begin to ramp up there. The storm there near Cowdrent is starting to look better again. Still radar indicated in terms of tornado warnings, but that's still something that I would keep an eye on there. So if you're, again, in Downsville Point, get to that safe place. There's a potential tornado heading in your general direction at this time.
That is definitely an improving signature. That's not what we wanted. I was hoping that after that potentially significant tornado, it would weaken and die out to become a linear rainy mess, because rain is better than tornadoes when it comes to one thunderstorm. But that looks to be redeveloping a couplet, and it could put down a new tornado at any moment, unfortunately. And as you say, that's moving directly towards Downsville.
If you're in Dubac, you're still in the tornado warning, so while this is rather far from you, I would still stay in that safe place. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just gone into effect there in Oklahoma. That's for the storm in between the two tornado warned storms for 60-mile-per-hour winds, nickel-sized hail. That is for Wagner, Cherokee, and Muskogee counties at this time. So, as of now, we have 3 tornado warnings in effect. We have the one in Louisiana. That is, again, radar indicated, not PDS, despite the color codes. That one has just moved by Ruston. So moving towards Downsville. We have another tornado warning here that's up to the north in Oklahoma. This one is near Pryor, heading towards places like Langley. And this is for Craig, Delaware, and Mays counties until 6:15 p.m. in Oklahoma. And then finally, farther south from there, we have a tornado warning in place for Haskell, McIntosh, and Pittsburgh counties until 6:15 p.m. in Oklahoma. Again, if you're in a tornado warning right now, you want to be in the lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room. We've just had an update to that tornado warned storm in Louisiana. So if you are in Jackson Parish, tornado warning is canceled. So that finally means that I can give a clear to places like Vernon. You are now in the clear for this. Negros, Chowdhury, you're still in the polygon, so you're not out of this yet. However, the main threat has passed. So update has happened there with that radar indicated tornado. But yeah, that couplet is strengthening again, unfortunately. So we'll keep a close eye on it. This could drop something again. So if you're in Downsville, be in that safe place, please, just in case this does end up becoming a problem for you.
Something else which seems to have recently come out is another flash flood warning, this time for northern Arkansas. Just areas from southwest to almost due north of Jonesboro, Arkansas, quite a large area under a flash flood warning for the next 3 hours.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, basically, if you're anywhere from about central Arkansas and you move west to Jonesboro, you are in a flash flood warning. The specific counties that are in that warning are White, Jackson, Lawrence, Randolph, Woodruff, Kelburn, Independence, Izard, and Sharp counties. All there in Arkansas. This is in effect until 8:35 p.m. Radar indicated, so no observed flash flooding. However, given the nature of these storms, I would not be shocked to see some flash flooding occurring here in relatively short order. But yeah, there we go as we continue to look at the dangerous situation that's going on here.
I believe that we have a third severe thunderstorm in Oklahoma now.
Yes, that was the warning I went over not too long ago. It's the one in between the two tornado warned ones, right?
Yeah, do
Yep, it
these all
is.
have hail of at least 0.88 inches?
Yes, they are. They're all hailers. The northernmost tornado warned storm, that hook is starting to look really good. The middle one that isn't tornado warned yet has quite a hook on it. The southern one, in terms of radar appearance, doesn't look great, but again, it has that velocity couplet, so
And it is very far from any radar at the moment. So
yes,
it could be a lot better close to the ground. And it did have a funnel report with a rapidly rotating mesocyclone not too long ago.
did. That is true. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, you can see that hook there south of Adair. And again, this thing's heading in the general direction of Pensacola. Strang, Hoot, Owl, Spainview, Langley, those general areas. So you want to be in your safe place there, and yeah, that's a robust couplet, robust inflow with that storm. So you want to make sure that you're in a safe place as you move towards as the storm moves towards you. And again, that tornado warning there in Oklahoma, that's going to be in place all the way until 6:15 p.m. for Mays County, Craig, and Craig counties as well, in central Delaware County. So that one's looking robust. The one to the south there, that one has a hook echo on it. There is not a tornado possible tag on it. However, I would keep an eye on this storm for potential tornado warning. If you're in Fort Gibson, Braggs, Zeb, Keys, I'd say keep your guard up. That could change quickly. There definitely is some weak rotation with it right now. And again, that could strengthen with time. So we'll see what ends up happening there. And then as we move south, there's a bit of a kink now, even this far away on radar, with the storm there near Eufaula and Longtown. And yeah, that's a strong mid-level couplet with that as well. So we're starting to see couplets galore there in Oklahoma. And I think, unfortunately, these might be succeeding in their quest to become surface-based storms.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the northern tornado warning. Like its hook is almost wrapped into itself there. That is quite impressive, really. I mean, there's no hints that it's doing anything on the ground yet, but it looks pretty nifty if you ask me, just south of Adair.
Yeah, it's pretty robust there. Wrapping in a hook, that's a pretty good indicator a lot of the time. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening there. But yeah, unfortunately, it
Looking
looks like
at
it's all
the mesoscale analysis from the SPC shows that 1000 mixed layer cape has pushed into Kansas, while 2000 is present in southern Oklahoma, 1500 up to the middle severe warm storm. So plenty enough energy. There's actually more energy for these storms in Oklahoma than the PDS supercell had access to in Louisiana, because the energy is focused farther west at the moment.
And the shear's going to be better too.
The shear will be much better.
So that's not good.
Which you can tell because it's less messy and more discrete. The storms are venting better and are grouping more easily.
Yeah. New flash flood warnings just gone into effect in Louisiana because flash flood warnings in Louisiana are the new thing. So, new flash flood warning for West Central Grant Parish, Eastern Jackson Parish, East Central Lincoln Parish, Western Okachita Parish, Southeastern Union Parish, Central Wind Parish, Northwestern Nacogdoches Parish there in Louisiana. That's until 8:45 p.m.
And the tornado warning in Louisiana does continue. Couplet is not incredibly well defined, but it is moving away from the radar. Velocity is very messy, very rain wrapped. It's an embedded supercell within a mess of storms. No chance of seeing it coming if there is anything there with the darkness and the rain. If you're in the warning, take it with precaution. Assume that there is a tornado moving towards your location, because on the off chance there is, you don't want to be betting your life on a maybe it won't hit me. So if you're in a tornado warning, this applies to all of them, including the ones in Oklahoma. Seek shelter now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of your house. You want to have sturdy footwear, and you want to have something to cover your head with, or to protect your head with. A helmet or a pillow, whatever you have to hand works.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. And that couplet still looks somewhat robust heading into Downsville. It's not super great looking, but it's definitely well defined and it's tight. So, looks like the couplet's probably going to pass, excuse me, just to the east of Downsville, regardless. Still be in that safe place. If you're in Point, I'd also be in my safe place, and I wouldn't be shocked if they extend that tornado warning, because that mesocyclone just continues to chug along.
Mm. We have just had a new mesoscale discussion.
Yes?
Mesoscale discussion 10 for eastern Oklahoma and extreme western Arkansas and Missouri, bordering the Oklahoma state line, which says portions of eastern Oklahoma remain favorable for tornadoes, and it is showing that 1500 Cape pushing well into Oklahoma, and effective shear is increasing rapidly. But through the region, we've got 60 to 70 knots of
Goodness
deep layer
gracious.
shear, and at least 45 knots of low level shear.
That's a
And that
little
will
bit of
be
wind shear.
increasing through the night.
Yes. So these tornadic thunderstorms are going to continue to ramp up. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back at top of the hour, assuming that nothing else ends up happening. As after this, I could anticipate that we might need to be here for an extended period of time, because these storms, especially in Oklahoma, could get rather serious. So we're going to take a bit of a break. We'll be back here soon. Top of the hour. Thank you so much for watching, and yeah, we'll see you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to this live stream here with Advective Weather, our first of what is likely many to come. And it's been a rather, how do you put it, interesting time to say the least today. We've had numerous now tornadic storms, and we have a new tornado warning that's just gone into place here in Arkansas, in northern Arkansas. That's the new thing, just happened. This is associated with a weaker storm near Georgetown, heading towards Augusta. And that storm is, again, a tornado warning is in effect for west central Woodruff, north central Prairie, and southeastern White counties until 6:30 p.m. Primary hazard being a tornado, and that is radar indicated. So it's for places like Fior, Hurricane Lake, Warden, Jasmine, and Georgetown. So, new tornado warning in place there. We have a new tornado warning going on in Louisiana as well. This is moving into a radar dead zone, unfortunately. But yeah, it's the current situation there. Going on, what is the current thoughts of the team with the situation, the two storms in Oklahoma, the one in Arkansas and the one in Louisiana heading into Arkansas?
I definitely didn't expect the tornado warning in northeastern Arkansas, but the threat in Louisiana started off as a lot of small showers. They grew upscale. They became messy, embedded supercells. They produced a couple of tornadoes, and now they're transitioning to a linear QRCS threat, almost exactly as models were depicting yesterday. So that's good for Louisiana for the first mode. Unfortunately, Monroe is in a severe thunderstorm warning for damaging 60-mile-per-hour winds as this line moves through. So unfortunately, there could be some roof damage to places around here. Take care, don't be outside when the line comes through, and obviously be aware of the flooding that will be following afterwards. And this isn't it for the night, unfortunately. We have the second line of storms that's forming in Oklahoma and Texas that will become quite significant and could bring overnight a tornado threat to the same parts of Louisiana that's already been affected today, but will definitely be bringing a further damaging wind threat through the overnight hours.
That's absolutely the case. Few things to note. Firstly, we do have now 4 tornado warnings in effect for 4 different storms right now. Also, a new Storm Prediction Center outlook comes out at top of the next hour, and we'll be going over that with you when it does come out. As you can see here, currently an enhanced risk is in place from the Storm Prediction Center, stretching all the way from near Tyler and Nacogdoches, Texas, all the way up through around Paragould, Arkansas. That is for strong winds and tornadoes, a couple of those potentially strong. So, as we continue to look at things, let's now break down in a bit more detail each of our tornado warnings to the team. Do you have any insights, any new information, news, things like that in regards to the tornadic end of this event?
Just a lot of trees that have been brought down by the few tornadoes we've confirmed so far today. Unfortunately, several roofs have been completely destroyed by falling trees with the probable tornado near in Jesseville, which was one of the first storms of the day. Very unfortunate that those trees have happened to be blown onto the houses. They could have easily been blown into the street and nothing bad would have happened. But it is what it is. Those roofs will not be providing any use in the future, and maybe the houses might need to be rebuilt. I hope things go all right for the people involved in that.
I do as well. Rishi, did you have something you were going to say?
Yes, we within the last 3 minutes got a new Mesoskill discussion out. Mesoskill discussion number 12 for this is concerning tornado watch number 1. They're still citing MLK of 1,000 to 1,500 joules per kilogram, favorably shear environment. However, they are citing that the discrete supercells have largely struggled due to storm interference. They are saying that the low-level jet is forecast to increase, especially from northern Louisiana into Arkansas. The short term, greatest risk of embedded supercells may be along the southern and eastern periphery of the ongoing convective cluster across northern Louisiana, where somewhat more favorable low-level lapse rates are being maintained compared to other areas embedded in heavy precipitation. The risk gradually spread east of the watch and downstream watch assurance as possible as storms spread into far northeast Louisiana and southeast Arkansas. So overall, things are kind of leveled off in intensity, but they could very easily pick up again at any point, is what I'm getting from this.
Yeah, from the Louisiana mode, that seems like a pretty good read on what's going on there. I'll actually take a look at that tornado warned storm there. This is the one that we've been tracking throughout the stream today. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to ask us as we do this. We're here to help you. But currently, the couplet for this, it looks a lot weaker than it once did. There are actually a couple of them now. There's one there north of Point and one east of Point, and both of those are heading northward. This tornado warning is in effect until 7 p.m., and it is in effect for Southeastern Union and Eastern Union Parish in Louisiana and Southeastern Union County in Arkansas until 7 p.m. Looks like it's located just north of Point or just east of Point, depending on which couplet you're looking at, and both of them are moving in that northeasterly direction. But the cell is expected to remain over mainly rural areas, southwestern Union County and south central Arkansas, and eastern Union parishes, including the following locations, which are Fetchall, Downsville, Rocky Branch, Morrison, Cecil, Spencer, Haile, Linville, and Latrobe. So if you're in any of those areas, get to your safe place now. That's going to be sturdy building, lowest level, interior room, bathroom closet. Make sure you have pillows and blankets, things like that, to protect yourself from flying debris. Bicycle helmet isn't a bad thing to have either, and shoes as well, and that's going to be the case for all of these. So as I go over these remaining tornado warnings, same thing happens. Do we have any insights regarding this specific cell before I move north to Arkansas?
It has definitely transitioned to a QLCS mode, which means that tornadoes will be more short-lived, but will spin up very quickly, and you might not get as much warning as you would with a supercell tornado. And the tornado threat could suddenly shift to a different part of the line with not much notice. So really in this situation, you should treat the whole line as if there could be a tornado at short notice. You'll likely get some indication in advance, but there may not be enough time to issue a tornado warning before the tornado touches down, especially with how poor the radar coverage is. So especially as this moves farther away from the radar, be aware of quick spin-up tornadoes along this line, as well as the damaging wind threat.
That's absolutely the case, and we're going to continue to look at that again. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts there, possible in Monroe in a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:45 p.m. for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. As we move north, there's a tornado warning in place here near Georgetown, Arkansas. This tornado warning is it's now canceled for Prairie County. This the last time we talked about it, but remains in effect until 6:30 p.m. for west central Woodruff and southeastern White counties there in Arkansas. As of 6:06, this tornadic storm was located near Prior, or 11 miles north of Des Arc, moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour. The couplet, or the area of concern here, is near Georgetown. It's to the west of Georgetown, and it is moving northeastward. It's somewhat tight. It's just not very strong at the moment. But locations impacted include Peor, Hurricane Lake WMA, Warden, and Georgetown. Again, it's lowest level interior room, sturdy building. You know the drill. Make sure you're in that safe place. We've seen from earlier today that these storms do have the potential to get strong pretty quickly. And this cell while not overly robust, looks like it is relatively independent from any other storms at the moment. Heading into Oklahoma, here we have that supercell there. The rotation has almost moved out of the warning, and this is stretched south. This is almost bowing out, and now there's a new severe thunderstorm warning for this. That's what I'm going to read off rather than the tornado warning. There's a tornado possible tag on this, but if you're in the following locations, you need to have a heads up. Make sure you're inside. Make sure you're away from windows. This is until 6:45 p.m. for southwestern Craig, northeastern Delaware, and Ottawa counties. In Oklahoma, again until 6:45 p.m. That's for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail, and a possible tornado. So, following locations, if you're here, make sure that you're keeping this in mind. It's Miami, Veneta, Commerce, Fairland, Afton, Quapaw, Burnix, Ketchum, Wyandotte, Pitcher, Brinka State Park, Sonora, Narcissa, Ottawa, Peoria, Cardin, and Twin Bridges State Park, and that includes I-44 between mile markers 284 and 324. So that's what's going on there, and they have allowed that tornado warning to expire behind it regardless, so that northern cell no longer having a tornado warning in effect. As for the southern cell, the northern cell is kind of broken down. The southern cell also has seen better days. The rotation not really within the warning anymore either. So again, we're going to go over that severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern McIntosh, northwestern Susquehanna, south central Cherokee, and eastern Muskogee counties in Oklahoma until 6:45 p.m. with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail in place for that. But as of now, our primary concerns are the primary tornadic storm of concern right now is the one in Louisiana, although none of them are looking particularly good in terms of tornado potential. Any updates from the team? It's good news. Things have slowed down a bit since earlier. It's definitely a good thing. We'd like to see that. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to ask us, and we will be happy to go over them. Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma is going to have a new and brand new outlook coming out here at top of the next hour, so we can see what their latest thoughts are as we head into the evening as well. If you know anyone within this severe weather threat, please feel free to let them know about this stream so that way they can stay informed as the weather does continue to be rather wild. Let's go over the latest now, courtesy of the Storm Prediction Center in terms of mesoscale discussions, things of that nature. We went over the 112 minutes ago. We did not. We did go over number 10, but I never did pull up the graphic. So here's the graphic, and there it is. Portions of eastern Oklahoma remain favorable for tornadoes. Yeah, we have an environment, generally speaking, that looks fairly good for tornadoes. So let's take a look at a few things. I think the first thing to look at, because we haven't really gone over it yet, is what exactly those risk categories mean. So whenever we talk about the Storm Prediction Center's risks, for those of you that aren't as familiar, we have a level 1 through 5 scale. Level 1 is marginal. So this is for storms that could be damaging, that could produce strong winds, large hail, maybe in an isolated tornado. These are pretty isolated. These don't happen overly often. Marginal risk days happen a lot, especially in the southern United States. When it comes to slight risk, that's level 2. That's a standard risk. So in your average run-of-the-mill severe weather day, that's about what it is when your news broadcaster is going to be like, okay, keep a heightened awareness, not a huge deal, but some severe storms possible. That's your slight risk. So there are going to be some storms that are stronger, severe. There's going to be strong winds, large hail, maybe even a couple of tornadoes. Enhanced risks, which is what we have today, that's when things start to get more serious. There's high confidence that there will be many storms that are damaging. They could be severe, tornadic, things like that. You're going to have quite a few of them. And then moderate risks are when, it's looking like a severe weather outbreak is possible and numerous intense severe storms are there. And then on a high risk, that's when there's high confidence that we're going to have a tornado outbreak, derecho, something like that, something of a pretty high magnitude. in terms of a severe weather event. But we're currently at a level 3 out of 5. I don't anticipate we're going to get an upgrade. If I were a betting man, I'd say we're probably going to stay enhanced top of the hour. We're going to find out. But yeah, that's what all that means. Any insights from the team?
I don't see any reason to upgrade it at this point. The only reason that would happen is if it overperformed, and it's been definitely within the bounds of enhanced risk so far.
Yeah.
This is definitely, I think they definitely nailed the rest level on the head here. I mean, activity has been, on pace with what we've been expecting, what the models have been outputting. A lot of little cells that pop up, but not a lot that are able to really get going. We've had a few, but we've only had, I think, 2, maybe 3 confirmed tornadoes at this point. So,
yeah,
I think it's three tornadoes that are likely, from what we can tell.
Yes, 1 radar confirmed, 1 photographed, and 1 possible, if I remember correctly.
1 from damage.
Yes.
Which was previously, it was the first tornado warning of the day, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. All right. Next thing I want to go over, we can actually take a look at some model outputs. Because models, yay!
Let's go for it.
Let's just take a look at what the latest from the high-resolution rapid refresh is looking like for the remainder of the evening. I think it's not a bad idea to just get a decent visualization of what's going on. So, this is as of right about now, and you can see our storms there in Oklahoma. We don't have quite as robust of things going on there in Texas. If we actually take a look at what's really going on, you can see there the high-resolution rapid refresh is doing a fairly good job of getting an idea of what's going on here. Oh, wrong thing. You can see there our our first wave and then our second wave. And so the second wave is going to develop, and you'll see here within the next hour or so, it looks like it's going to get a bit more intense. We're going to have these more discrete storms, and these are going to move through Arkansas. So this is at about 9 o'clock Central. You can see it's starting to become messier as it moves into Arkansas. Still some potential for some more dangerous stuff, and by the time we move into around the 10, 11 o'clock time frame, we are into quasi-linear convective system land. And basically what that means is that we have a line of storms that's capable of producing rotating thunderstorms. So that's what we're looking at as we head into the overnight hours. Heading into tomorrow morning, that line holds together, might not be as intense, and then tomorrow we also have an enhanced risk for severe weather, much like today. So if we actually take a look at the full country, you can see here's today's risk, rather large, and then tomorrow's not quite as large, but you can see that enhanced risk heading through parts of Louisiana, heading into Mississippi and Alabama for tornadic thunderstorms. So that's what we're looking at in terms of that regard. Let's get back to what's going on in the real world right now and see what's going on. We'll start with that Arkansas warning and then move down to Louisiana. That tornado warning remains in place there for that little cell there. It's pretty much fallen apart at this point. I can barely discern anything on radar. However, that tornado warning remains in effect for west central Woodruff and southeastern White counties until 6:30 p.m. So that was updated not too long ago. So if you're in Peoria, Hurricane Lake, Warden, or Georgetown, you still want to remain in your safe place for now until that warning is lifted. However, that storm is looking pretty meager, to say the very least. The storm that is of most attention right now is the one in Louisiana heading into Arkansas. That one doesn't look half bad. There's definitely rotation there. It is not that robust. However, there is a tighter couplet heading towards Holly at the moment. And so if you're in Holly, I'd be getting to my safe place. Marion, Latrobe, who take those areas. Again, a tornado warning remains in effect until 7 p.m. for southeastern Union and south central Arkansas County and eastern Union Parish in Louisiana. So again, the Weather Service saying that this cluster of thunderstorms, generally speaking, whether you're in the severe storm warnings near Monroe or you're north, they do say that this cluster of thunderstorms is capable of producing tornadoes and widespread significant wind damage. which I think is fair enough. There's also a robust couplet here south near Walker and Sykes, just outside of the severe thunderstorm warning there for Monroe. So I wanted to bring that up.
Very reasonable. There could be something going on. Yeah, there could potentially be a quick spin up down there.
Southern end of the line.
It's where you'd expect it to be.
Yep.
But the flash flooding continues regardless of the wind and tornado threat. Recent report of 6.4 inches of rain in Jonesboro, Louisiana.
Goodness gracious.
With all of the storms tracking over it.
Wow. Yeah, there it is. 6.4 inches of rain. And that was as of 4 minutes ago. Yeah, flooding reported in Jonesboro in a rather widespread fashion. Hail is also reported there in Louisiana. So that's what we're looking at there. Not Louisiana, sorry, Oklahoma. As in fact the case, for sure. I'm going to, I just got handed some dinner, so I'm going to eat that real quick. To the team, it's going to be off to you for a little bit. Rishi, I'm going to have it on your screen, and I'll be back in just a minute.
All right. Well, you enjoy that food, Thomas. Thanks for leading the stream so far.
Interesting to me is that the tornado warnings in Oklahoma have been dropped. So the only tornado warning we have now is the one we've been following all the time, near Monroe.
Yep. Still going on. I can still see the couplet there, southeast of Marion. Which is honestly not too shabby looking. Definitely looks like it's on the northern end, so it's probably a bookend vortex type thing. But that could very easily pop a very quick little QLCS tornado, should it choose to. Also seeing a bit of a hint of another couplet down here near Dodson. That's another area to watch.
We have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings for the supercells in Oklahoma. 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. We have a new cell forming at the southern end of those that could do something in the near future, but it looks like these storms weren't able to get strong enough before the conditions gave out on them. Maybe there's some cooling going on at the surface that's forcing them to become elevated. It's hard to say without being out there. But they definitely don't look as good as they used to in Oklahoma. That's a good thing.
Yes, we definitely don't want... I mean, the conditions are there, just something is hindering them from getting to be able to be fully tornadic, which is obviously the best case that we can hope for here. We don't want there to be any significant tornadoes because we know that the conditions are present for significant tornadoes to form.
Definitely. And the attention now for the longer term, away from the immediate QLCS wind, flash flooding, and tornado threat in Louisiana and southern Arkansas, is new storms that are expected to develop in the next couple of hours in northeast Texas and move into Arkansas, and then from Texarkana to Little Rock to the Mississippi River. There will be the threat of QLCS tornadoes, but also potentially an embedded supercell. The ARRR has been suggesting that there could be an embedded supercell with this more linear mode that develops as we get to midnight. And if we do get an embedded supercell somewhere in the eastern and southern parts of Arkansas, it could produce a significant tornado that tracks for some time, or it could produce multiple significant tornadoes with lifting in between. Or it could produce no tornadoes and just be an especially strong region of damaging winds. Regardless, there will be a damaging wind threat during the overnight hours, with the potential for QLCS tornadoes. And that should be taken very seriously for anyone in the southern and eastern half of Arkansas, northern Louisiana, into western Tennessee, western Mississippi. And that's before the risk tomorrow, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. It's oof. The night's still young, unfortunately. That means that there's still plenty of time for things to get going.
And we have just had a new tornado watch issued.
Tornado watch number 3.
Indeed, for northeastern Louisiana, southeastern Arkansas, and 2 counties of western Mississippi until 3 a.m. Central Standard Time. A couple
So
strong tornadoes possible, isolated hail up to quarter size possible, and scattered gusts up to 70 mile per hour possible for 250,000 people.
that would be the region out ahead. Excuse me. Out ahead of where the now QLCS tornadic system is moving into here.
It actually includes the extreme northern edges of the threat, I believe. That county. Yes, the severe thunderstorm warning was issued for a region with no watch, and they have now issued a watch to cover the QLCS wind and tornado threat moving into the region.
Seems about right to me.
And it's the right thing to do, of course.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time for things to evolve in that area, so of course they're going to go ahead and issue that. So just looking at the radar here, you can actually, and I'll pull up the exact SBC outlook once it comes up on my end. But you can actually see here pretty clearly where the QOCS is trying to surge a little bit. Kind of over Sterlington is where you're getting the winds pushing forward. So
yes, some very strong velocity values there.
So that to me is telling me that this tornado warning here, east of Marion, that right there is where it's going to need to be watched for a few minutes here. That could very easily.
It may be difficult to issue a tornado warning.
It very well could be.
They have done the tornado possible severe thunderstorm tag, which is reasonable to do when you're moving into a radar poor zone. So it does not appear at this time that the tornado warning will be continued. Instead, it will be a large severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag, which of course could have QLCS tornadoes in it at any time in any part of the warning while the storms are moving through it. Checking the larger warning to the south that is still in effect for Monroe, that also has a tornado possible tag.
For good reason.
Mm-hmm.
This is a QLCS line, so of course it's going to have the
tornado
possible. On pretty much
I
any
spoke too
warning.
soon. They have just extended the tornado warning, and it is valid for the next hour for the area of rotation, moving into Arkansas now, including Crossett, North Crossett, West Crossett, and Hamburg.
Saw that coming a mile away once I saw the surging segment in here. So,
and that will also include hail up to 1 inch in diameter.
There it is. All right, so they have it. They progged it moving kind of a little north of northeast. I'm going to call it northeast. So yeah, so it looks like even though the surge is this way, and honestly, I would kind of expect the circulation to move here. It looks like it's kind of moving left of where I would typically expect to see, but with the way that all the prevailing winds are going, at the upper levels they're moving kind of almost northeast, so it's pushing everything in that direction. So it doesn't really surprise me once I think about it a little more.
Yeah, this linear threat will surge and then stop surging. And it might surge again, or it'll die off, and then will be. But once this linear mode stops producing damaging winds and just goes to thunder and rain, the main threat will be the new storms that are already starting to develop in East Texas.
Yes,
And those will
indeed.
grow upscale with time, but once they are organized as a QRCS, then we can start to get some tornadoes out of them, unfortunately.
Yep. And yep, there is the tornado watch just popped up on my screen. Clusters of storms with embedded supercell and bow structures will likely persist. Strong tornado 2 will be possible, along with damaging gusts, isolated large hail near an inch in diameter. Additional storms could spread into this watch area from the west during the early morning hours, hence why they let it go for so long. This is in effect until 3 a.m. Central Time, and it went into effect approximately 6 minutes ago at 6:25 Central Standard Time. So that is a approximately 8.5 hour long watch there. So that is quite a long one, but honestly, given the conditions, I'm not surprised. And I just got word our man of the hour, Mr. Thomas Schwent, has returned to us. Welcome back, Mr. Schwent.
Yeah, thank you so much. Happy to be back. And yeah, I'll be here for the remainder of the duration of the stream now. I just had to take the quick break there. And if any of you ever need
No
a break,
worries.
of course, same thing there. But yeah, so currently the storm of the hour, speaking of things of the hour, looks to be the that storm that produced that PDS tornado a while ago. That looks to be still the main focus right now. It's the only tornado warning in place. The Oklahoma storms are not really producing. Um, so it's all about the storm there down in Louisiana heading into Arkansas. I mean, there's a couplet there. There's a tight couplet in there. And
I do want to say there is a bit of a sleeper circulation that I just noticed here southwest of Chatham. Or Chatham. I'm not sure how you pronounce it down in the
ooh,
south.
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
from
there
New
is.
England, so forgive me if I New Englandified that a little bit there. But yeah, down here in the southwestern corner of the severe warning here, uh, good couplet there. For a second there, correlation was picking up on something, but it since disappeared, so there probably was nothing really there. But definitely something to watch as it continues to the east northeast to northeast direction. So
Yeah, if I'm in
Chatham, Richwood, keep an eye on things as this cell progresses onward on its life.
yeah, if I'm in Chatham right now, I'm keeping an eye on that for sure. But
And
yeah, no, it's still the main story is that couplet that's going to be crossing the Louisiana-Arkansas border here in not too long. That tornado warning is in effect until at least 7:30 p.m. at this time.
let's see, we have more severe thunderstorm warnings also going up in Oklahoma as
Oh
well.
yeah, we do.
Let's see, there's four now. One is in the far northeast corner of the state, about to cross over into Missouri. Another one is to the east of Muskogee, moving toward Zeb, Tallulah, or sorry, Tahlequah. My apologies. Another one for Nachitown and south of Longtown, heading toward Quinton. Uh, those are four distinct severe thunderstorm warnings, four distinct cells. Um, I'm surprised this other one isn't tornado possible, actually, given that it's the best looking out of the four, to be completely honest.
Yeah. Let's see here. We do have a new tornado warning for that storm there with that sleeper circulation you were just talking about. To the south there, near Chatham, near us, and it's heading up towards Calhoun Point. So a lot of familiar areas, unfortunately, in tornado warnings yet again, but that's a somewhat robust circulation there, so we got to keep an eye on that. But yeah, now two different circulations are tornado warned, both within this line segment in Louisiana, and that's been where all the activity's been. And yeah, that looks pretty robust. There's a decent kink in there, decent inflow. That's looking pretty good. If we take a look at where exactly it is we're looking at with that southern circulation, it's just south of, let's see, what was it? Chatham, correct?
Yes.
Yes, there near Monroe. Monroe is north. Yes, and there's Chatham. Um, and so, yeah, I mean, this thing's going to be heading. It looks like this is going to dodge Monroe to the west. Fairly high confidence in that. But if you're in the National Wildlife Refuge there, in the Dalburn area, if you're in Quadrant, which I know, familiar name. If you are east of there near Calhoun, familiar name. I know Forksville, Shenry, Cadesville, Ariosa, those areas. If you're in the Zilger Cemetery, Butler Cemetery, Phantom Chapel Cemetery, Henson Cemetery, Bethel Cemetery, Oak Ridge Cemetery, all the cemeteries. If you're near those, you are now within a tornado warning and need to be getting to your safe place. And again, that's lowest level, sturdy building, interior room, bathroom, closet, something like that, avoiding windows, pillows, blankets, things like that to protect yourself from flying debris. That's the big stuff. And yeah, that couplet, that's really starting to look good here. There's no drop on correlation coefficients, but yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. And it looks like our couplet there to the north is beginning to really loosen up here. So looks like it's our southern cell here with that tornado warning that lasts until 7:15 p.m. That's the primary concern for the moment. As of now, and again, that's heading in the general direction of Chatham. So if you're in Chatham, you don't have too long before this strikes. To the team, do we have any ETAs on arrival for the storm?
I can get a rough estimate for you in just a moment.
All right, fair enough. And
It's moving at 40 miles an hour.
Yep.
Circulation is about 5 miles away.
Yep.
So it gives about, off the cuff, about 8 minutes. But
Yeah.
that was 2 minutes ago. So I'd say about 5 minutes to get shelter.
Yep. Yeah, and Chatham, that looks about right. And then if you're in Eros, which is the other area that I think has the highest probability of getting a direct impact, you've got until about 50 after before it hits. Regardless, you should be taking shelter now. The tornado is not going to wait for you. And there we go, multiple pixels now. I feel like this might be an aliasing error, so please let me know if it is. Are you guys getting a really intense inbound side here? About 90 miles an hour on
I
your
am.
couplet? You are? Okay.
On Storm Relative, I'm getting 67. So
Yeah, on base, I'm getting about 72. On storm relative, I'm getting about 90. Oh, I
can
need
have
to
a
probably
look.
get a different storm motion.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I'm getting on storm
on raw
relative about
velocity.
80.
Raw velocity, I'm getting 103. So
Oh, wow, okay, so I think there might be some aliasing problems with that. Regardless, this is
yeah,
getting...
there definitely is. The newest frame for me has a 123 inbound. So
Okay, so,
definitely some aliasing errors going on there. But regardless, definitely the most potent couplet that we have at the moment is that one by Chatham. So I would be
yeah.
in your safe spot if you aren't already, if you are in the city or town of Chatham.
Yep.
Eros or Erosh, however you pronounce it, I don't know, honestly. Please, if you're in the chat and you know how to pronounce that city, please tell me, as well as the rest of the team. I would definitely be moving to your shelter as we speak.
Yeah, looks like right now in Chatham we do have that, we have a little bit of a drop. It's not aligned with the couplet, never mind. Regardless, that couplet was certainly a strengthening. And those aliasing errors, I think, are an indication of that to some degree. And then to the north here with this other tornado warning, the first couplet has kind of died down, and now there's this resurgence from the secondary couplet just a little bit. It's very disheveled. It's not very strong. But if I'm near White right now in particular, up there, along the border of things, I would be being quite careful right now as this tornadic thunderstorm is moving towards you. It's the Earl Anthony Senior Wildlife Area, Management Area. Meridian, if you're there, Sulphur Springs, Macedonian Cemetery, places like that in southern Arkansas, you want to be in your safe place right now. If you're in Beckman there in Louisiana, you want to be in your safe place. And that's going to include places like Highway 142, 543, etc. And it looks like we might have multiple couplets here. There's one that's almost just out of range here. But there could be a few areas of rotation there. They're not overly organized, but I think the tornado warning is more than warranted there. Um, Heading into that
Absolutely.
area. And then to the
So
south here, that couplet just continues to become more robust with time. Looks very similar
so
to the couplet that warranted the PDS warning not too long ago.
yeah, but thankfully for right now, we have no indication that there's a tornado on the ground. It's
Correct.
still worrying signatures to be sure, but there's nothing indicating that there's anything on the ground. So definitely just make sure that you're watching that very closely, or honestly, in the better case is that you are making your way to shelter,
Of
just
course.
in case.
Yep.
So while we are without a confirmed tornado on the ground, just because I have it open on my other monitor here, I do just want to very quickly, because thankfully, since we are so small, we can still kind of address the YouTube chat quite easily. So to all of you who are watching this right now, thank you very much for choosing us as your source of weather information for this event. Um, we do really appreciate your support, and whether it is just having it on as background noise or you're actively watching us, it is very much appreciated. We genuinely do hope that our little project here can succeed, or at least be a nice little pastime for us. So seeing that you all are actually being here with us as this event unfolds, it is it's a sign that we are at least doing something right. So thank you very much for your attention.
Absolutely. Thank you for your support. We couldn't be doing this without you. We're going to continue to cover the weather situation as it unfolds tonight. If we do get to a point where we stop having tornado warnings for about 15 minutes or more, we are going to cut off the stream, as it does look as if the northern mode here in Oklahoma isn't exactly performing, at least yet, and the southern mode, um, I anticipate it'll start dying down here relatively soon. However, this is looking more discreet now. The cell near Chatton, it's kind of splitting, and it's becoming more independent, which is not good. And wow,
Not at all.
wow, okay. That's If you look at the latest
Yeah,
frame here, it is strengthening quite rapidly now. It's
Well,
misaligned a
it's
bit.
becoming a bottom end supercell, which can
Yeah.
happen sometimes. You can get embedded storms that just become supercells, take over
Yep.
the line, and then act as if they're a semi-discrete supercell having formed from a QLCS. And we do have the shear to enable that transition, unfortunately.
We
And
do,
it looks
and
like this storm is taking full advantage of it.
it does, and it looks like it's starting to make that right turn as if it's becoming an independent supercell, and you can see that because it's moving east of the motion that it had when the warning was issued. So yeah, I could see this
Yeah,
becoming
it's
more
shifted.
independent and starting to become a more robust supercell thunderstorm here soon. It does look like that hook echo doesn't look as strong now, so that's good. But yeah, basically, if you're within this tornado warning, this is strengthening rather quickly. So if you're in Jackson, Union, or Alachua, or oh, that's not how you pronounce that, Ochita Parish in Louisiana, north central Louisiana, got that tornado warning in place. That's going to remain in place until 7:15, and there is a rather robust couplet there, indicative of strong rotation. Could be a tornado, so make sure you're in that safe place. Again, lowest level, sturdy building, interior room. Pillows, blankets, protect yourself from flying debris. Bathroom or closet is ideal. Staying away from windows, all that stuff. You want to make sure you're keeping that in mind.
no, Thomas. Just before we get too lost on Chatham, because it definitely is the most worrying cell out of the bunch that we have right now. But I am very much looking at the one near Quinton in Oklahoma. This is the southernmost of these severe warnings. It's
Yes.
got a pretty good vortex hole on it, unfortunately, and reflectivity.
So what, a bounded
Um,
weak echo region?
a little bit.
Oh, I see
The
it.
couplet isn't terribly strong. I'm getting 29 inbound and outbound,
Yeah,
but
it's that's looking somewhat robust.
yeah, that is definitely something to watch for as it continues. If that maintains and the couple gets stronger, we could very easily see something popping out of that in a moment or two.
Oh, for sure.
So
Yeah, no, if you're in Quentin, I'd be saying watch out right now. If you're in Whitefield, watch out. This is probably going to get tornado warned here in not too long with the way it's looking. That's pretty decent and could improve with time. Our northern mode here is kind of fizzling away, but the southern side of that still looks rather robust. Yeah, tornado warning remains in effect here for that Chapman cell until 7:15 p.m. And we have a new tornado warning for that cell in Oklahoma you just mentioned. They're near Quentin. Quentin now in a tornado warning. It's radar indicated. Good
this
eye
is
on
why it's
that.
good to check other
Yeah.
radars
No,
every now and
exactly.
again.
Yeah. No, fair enough. Good eye. Yeah, Haskell, Pittsburgh, Muscogee counties in Oklahoma. You're all in a tornado warning now until 7:30 p.m. for a tornado and quarter-sized hail being possible. It's radar indicated, so no confirmation, but still, that's looking rather robust. So if you're in Stilgar, Quinton, Porham, Webbers Falls, Whitefield, Quinta, Bartown, Enterprise, Kadima, or Louisville, or you're on Interstate 40 between mile markers 285 and 287, you are within this tornado warning and need to be getting to that safe place that we were just talking about. So yeah, there we go. Now we have 3 different tornadic storms now, and it looks like that mode in Oklahoma might finally start to do something here.
I would just like to make a note that the severe weather has made it into Missouri. We have a
Oh, it
tornado
has?
possible severe thunderstorm warning for
For the Missouri
extreme
Boot Hill.
southern Missouri, as
Yeah.
well as a flash flood warning that has been extended from the first one up there in northern Arkansas into more of Arkansas and southern Missouri.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there are some stronger storms heading into Missouri now. So, yeah, it looks like the strong to severe storm train. We've got Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Missouri. The state that's really gotten lucky so far is Texas.
Thus
Just
far.
a bit of thunder.
Thus far.
Yeah.
And just because I mean the system definitely severe weather is the absolute the forefront of our attention. But I do just want to very briefly mention that there is also a Mezcal discussion out number 11 for heavy snow for Nebraska, specifically western Nebraska, as well as extreme south and South Dakota and the northeast corner of Colorado. So just keep that in mind. Also, this is a wintertime event, so of course this low pressure system is going to generate some snowfall, some of which could get heavy at times. So just bear that in mind if you're on the northern and northwestern side of the storm.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, this storm is a tale of two ends here. There are actually 3 hazards. It's the flooding, the severe weather, and the winter weather. Those are the 3 major things that we're having to keep an eye on right now. Yeah, we're just going to keep an eye on the cell here to the north. Yeah, that is looking like a more and more robust couplet with time. So we're going to continue to look at that. Yeah, that looks somewhat substantial. No drop on correlation coefficient, so we don't have any debris signature. This is like our debris tracker. If you see a big blob of blue in here, that means that there's something up. But when we have this on, this SRV thing, if there are red and greens near each other, that means that something is spinning. And then we have some we have some cyclonic spin, actually, or anticyclonic spin on the back end of that. So looks like a proper circulation is developing here with this Oklahoma cell. And then as we move back south, we have our 2 Louisiana tornado warnings. One of them's pretty much in Arkansas now, but oof.
It's still
That's rough. I can't see what's going on in Arkansas because of the radar hole. So let's see if the Little Rock radar can pick anything up there.
Let's see. I definitely am getting worried about.
There we go.
Oh, excuse me, my throat. I definitely am getting worried about the Chatham cell a bit, though. It definitely is moving right of where it should be. I was expecting it to track.
Oh goodness.
Fairly close to Eros, but it's pulling to the to the northeast, very hard right now.
Yeah, and
Uh,
it's
so
that's
so
strong.
unfortunately, Brownsville, Balkanville, Monroe, Richwood, you weren't in the polygon, or maybe your suburbs were. I'm going to just go ahead and say this, that you should probably start moving to shelter now. Pretend that the polygon actually does include you. Uh, I wouldn't be surprised to see the polygon updated actually to more include these more easterly regions.
Yeah, they'd have to
Just
issue
given
an
its recent
easterly warning.
motion.
They can't expand them. They can only contract them after they're issued, unfortunately. But I think a new warning's probably going to come up pretty soon for the eastern side of things there near Monroe, Richwood. Watch out. I'd suggest getting to shelter. Again, there's no warning, so you don't have to, but I would suggest it if you have the chance. New Storm Prediction Center outlook has come out, and they have held with the enhanced risk. What a surprise. Um, it looks about exactly the same as the current outlook. Not much has changed. Let me see if I can get that pulled up here. Yeah, no, it hasn't changed much at all. So that enhanced risk remains. Let's just go over what they have here real quick. We have the categorical enhanced risk remains in place for Little Rock, Shreveport, Fort Smith, Memphis. Those are the big cities. The slight risk remains heading towards Wichita, Houston, heading into Kentucky, Southern Illinois, Cape Girardeau, also in that slight risk. The marginal risk includes places like the western side of Wichita, Waco, Texas. Dallas-Fort Worth is in the slight to enhanced risk. And then New Orleans in the general thunderstorm. Jackson in the marginal. So we had North Nashville right on the cusp. St. Louis and Kansas City and Columbia all within the marginal risk as well. So enhanced risk, that's a level 3 out of 5. That means there's a pretty robust severe weather threat. Numerous severe thunderstorms expected. Isolated to scattered severe thunderstorms in the slight risk, and isolated severe thunderstorms, not overly common in the marginal risk. That's the way things are looking right now. And when
What
it
the
comes to
SPC notes they have done is trim it on the western edge where the winds have veered and nudge it slightly farther into Mississippi.
that 10% torque threat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I can see that there. The area that's about to be highlighted is the area where there's the potential for powerful tornadoes. So if you are within this area, this is where the denotation for the potential of significant, powerful, damaging tornadoes is possible. So keep that in mind there. That's Fayetteville, Arkansas, Jonesboro, Little Rock, Fort Smith, areas like that. Is Norman in there? I don't think so. But yeah, parts of Oklahoma, especially on the eastern side. Nacogdoches in Texas, Texarkana, Paris, Texas. They got impacted earlier this year. Sulphur Springs, Sherman, just outside of that. El Dorado, Monroe, Pine Bluff, Memphis, Tennessee. All those areas have the potential for particularly strong tornadoes today. We do have a tornado warning. Well, we still have our 3 tornado warnings. We don't have any new ones. Actually, yes, we do. I lied. There was a new one. I thought there was a new one. Yes, it is for that Chatham storm. It's the eastern extension as a result of the storm moving east of where it's supposed to because of that more supercellular in nature movement. So if you're in Monroe, Richwood, Schwartz, any of those areas, please get to your safe place as a new tornado warning is now in place for all of those areas. So this is going to be crossing Interstate 20 here fairly soon. And that new tornado warning is going to be in place until 7:45. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break. We'll be back at top of the hour for more coverage as this severe weather episode continues. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Advective Weather live coverage of the severe weather event that is currently taking place across the southern United States. This is probably going to be the final hour or half hour of coverage, depending on how things go, but it is currently solo. It's just me, so say hi to me and get to see whatever I'm doing. Thank you to everyone who's been watching and for the support thus far. We do appreciate that greatly. And we're going to continue to cover this event as the night goes on. However, let's just take a look at what's currently happening. We do have the tornado-warned storm in Oklahoma. That's going to be the first one I want to go over. This one's looking okay. It's looking a bit stretched, so it's not looking fantastic. But generally speaking, in Whitefield, you guys need to be underground. Stilgar, Bartown, Slims. If you're in that purple polygon, you need to be underground. The rotation is right here. It's fairly broad. It's not that robust or strong. So it's not something to worry about too much right now, I don't think. However, that tornado warning is still in place, so just in case there is something dangerous there, I would suggest making sure that you're getting to that safe place for sure. Not really much rotation with this northern severe storm. That's the red polygon. And then as we head south, of course, we have our main two cells that we've been tracking. Firstly, we have the one here heading towards Monroe. That one's looking fairly serious, although a bit disjointed. Again, there's no indications of a tornado on the ground at this time. However, again, there is a bit of that kink there. So this is generally tracking towards Monroe. If you're there, I'd be getting to my safe place, and that tornado warning is in place until 7:45. Yeah, it's going to be places like Monroe, Kalispell, West Monroe, Swartz, Brownsville, Bockhamville, Richwood, Sterlington, Drew, Fairbanks, Perryville, Millhaven, Pine Grove, Luna, Guthrie, Deshart, and Lapine. If you're in those areas, generally speaking, you want to be getting to your safe place right now. And again, that's going to be the lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room, preferably bathroom, closet, something like that. Pillows, blankets, things like that to protect yourself from flying debris aren't a bad idea. Even a bicycle helmet and bringing some shoes there in case you do have to walk out of the debris, also not a bad idea. But again, generally, this is the big one. This is the one heading towards Monroe. This is the strongest looking one for sure thus far. And then to the north here, the radar is a bit cluttered. So it's difficult to see what's going on because we're kind of in a radar dead zone. However, there's a bit of rotation there. Can't really tell what's happening with that, unfortunately, just because we're in a radar dead zone. But Weather Service does have a tornado warning in place for this. Definitely there's some spin there in the mid and upper levels, but we don't really know what's happening there, so I can't really tell you too much about what exactly is going on there. But a tornado and quarter-sized hail, that's what the Weather Service says is going on there within that thunderstorm. And you can see there are like some pinks and stuff, so it's a powerful thunderstorm. It's also severe, but this will be around, this was at Crossett at around 6:55. It's around North Crossett now. It'll be at Berlin here in about 2 minutes' time, and Hamburg here in about 10. So that's the major stuff that's ended up going on there. But again, we have the tornado warning in Oklahoma. It's a bit stretched. We have that tornado warning where we can't really tell what's happening, and then we have the one near Monroe. That's the one that looks the most serious. This guy looks like it's organized itself a bit. Although the rotation looks terrible, even compared to just moments ago. That was looking a lot better moments ago, but now it's looking, yeah, pretty terrible. So, I mean, again, Weather Service has that tornado warning out. There's a reason for that. And we're going to continue to monitor this with time. And then you can see there they've shrunk the tornado warning over here as well near Hamburg, things like that. That's looking pretty broad, pretty disjointed. And this is also starting to look pretty broad and disjointed as well. Although there is a circulation here to the south that's anticyclonic, which is kind of rare. Or not anticyclonic, cyclonic. No, anticyclonic, that is correct. That could do something a bit strange here. Yeah, not much more to do. I'll probably actually just call the stream here in just a minute, just because things have died down a bit in terms of mode. So if you have any last minute questions, comments, concerns, please feel free to ask them. If not, I'm going to end the stream here. All right, with that being said, thank you all so much for the support today, watching the stream. This is a big new thing for all of us here at Advective Weather, and I'm so glad that you've been able to join us today, and I hope that you'll be able to join us for many more streams of this nature. If anything serious does happen, or any dangerous tornadoes or anything like that, we will be back on the air for that. But other than that, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate your support, and I hope to